Welcome back. Joining me in the studio is Darren McBreen, my good friend, and it is Thanksgiving. We've got a lot to be thankful for, but what are we most thankful for, Darren?
I'd say thanks for Trump. Absolutely.
I can't feel so good to say. Tell you.
Still celebrating, by the way.
Yeah, and now let's look at what Trump's going to do in his first 100 days.
Today, I would like to provide the American people with an update on the White House transition and our policy plans for the first 100 days. Our transition team is working very smoothly, efficiently, and effectively. Truly great and talented men and women, patriots indeed, are being brought in, and many will soon be a part of our government, helping us to make America great again. My agenda will be based on a simple core principle: putting America first. Whether it's producing steel, building cars, or curing disease, I want the next generation of production and innovation to happen right here on our great homeland, America, creating wealth and jobs for American workers. As part of this plan, I've asked my transition team to develop a list of executive actions we can take on day one to restore our laws and bring back our jobs. It's about time. These include the following. On trade, I am going to issue our notification of intent to withdraw from the Trans-Pacific Partnership, a potential disaster for our country. Instead, we will negotiate fair bilateral trade deals that bring jobs and industry back onto American shores. On energy, I will cancel job-killing restrictions on the production of American energy, including energy and clean coal, creating many millions of high-paying jobs. That's what we want. That's what we've been waiting for. On regulation, I will formulate a rule which says that for every one new regulation, 2 old regulations must be eliminated. So important. On national security, I will ask the Department of Defense and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff to develop a comprehensive plan to protect America's vital infrastructure from cyber attacks and all other form of attacks. On immigration, I will direct the Department of Labor to investigate all abuses of visa programs that undercut the American worker. On ethics reform, as part of our plan to drain the swamp, we will impose a 5-year ban on executive officials becoming lobbyists after they leave the administration, and a lifetime ban on executive officials lobbying on behalf of a foreign government. These are just a few of the steps we will take to reform Washington and rebuild our middle class. I will provide more updates in the coming days as we work together to make America great again for everyone, and I mean everyone.
That's right. He said everyone. He means everyone. Even the cast of Hamilton, I think, is included in this.
It's pretty awesome.
But what did he do on that same day? He brought in the heads of like all the mainstream media and basically chewed them a new one. I got to give thanks for that.
I would love to have been there.
I hope there's video of this because
Lester Holt was there. I mean, he just
Blitzer, Stephanopoulos, and he basically reamed them all. He head of CNN, he chewed him a new one and said, "You're a liar, and your whole group is full of liars." And he says he's ashamed of them. It's just great to see somebody talking off the cuff when we've had some political correctness going on.
Absolutely.
In the world.
Absolutely.
So I'm really happy to see that. What are you thankful for with President Trump so far?
Well, I'm thankful that he got in there. Never thought I would live to see the day where we actually brought in an anti-establishment candidate and we win.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a beautiful thing. And I think if it wasn't for the internet and if it wasn't for social media, independent media, we'd probably be looking at a Jeb Bush presidency or a Hillary Clinton presidency, because it's always been Hillary Clinton and the establishment media versus Donald Trump and the social media, independent media, yours truly, InfoWars. And so I'm very thankful that we actually did it. We have a lot of work to do, though. A lot of work to do.
We do have a lot of work to do. There's a lot of misinformation coming out. Kissinger comes out and says, "Oh, I think we can mold Trump."
Sure.
And I think that's total BS. But, then you have the BET founder saying, "Let's give Trump a chance." So you've got, and Black Entertainment Television. It's good to see, a leading voice in the Black community come out and say, "Hey, let's give Trump a chance. Let's see what happens." Even Tom Hanks has kind of reversed course and said, "You know what? I hope in 4 years I'm going to be wanting to vote for President Trump," after he played like a hick racist in a bunch of these anti-Trump skits on Saturday Night Live.
All kinds of weird things going on with celebrities right now. You've got Green Day with their the American Music Awards. No Trump, no KKK, no fascist USA during their live performance. And then on the side, what is up with Kanye West lately? He sounds like Alex Jones, and now it looks like he needs to go to a re-education camp or something.
Well, you can't be TWB, Trump while black.
Yeah.
You have to toe the line of that people like Jay-Z and Beyonce have established, which is back the slavery candidate, the pro mental slavery, the pro plantation candidate,
Democrat plantation.
and yeah, so poor Kanye is now he's also a workaholic, so that may have something to do with it. But let's hope he doesn't come out and then say, "I am sorry, I am now a drone." Donald Trump.
Hey, but he wasn't afraid to get booed by a huge audience. So there was a lot of people there.
Now, the big news, McGreen, is it came out in the New York Times. Trump drops threat of new Hillary investigation. That's the big headline now.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, I don't believe that. I don't think that's true. And then Joe Biggs came in here and was talking to us. And there's an article now from Fox News that basically says it's wrong. And they link to the tweets from this, let's see, her name is Maggie Haberman. And she was there in this meeting that he had with the New York Times. And so everybody's pointing to this tweet here. It says, my inclination will be for whatever power I have on the matter is to say, let's go forward. And this has been looked at for so long ad nauseum, talking about a Clinton investigation, a new Clinton investigation.
Which I don't like the sound of that.
But then you go down a little farther. It says, and he also says, I want to move forward, and he's not looking to go back through this. All right. Trump says no when asked if he's taking investigations off the table for Clintons, but as he doesn't want to hurt the Clintons. So he's not taking them off the table. He's not saying he's not going to investigate. And really, it's not going to be him doing the investigation. It's going to be Jeff Sessions.
New sheriff in town when it comes to attorney general. New sheriff in town. Well, you know that phrase, are your ears burning? Like I would call my mom sometimes and she would say, are your ears burning? I was just talking about you. Well, I want to know if Donald Trump's feet are burning right now, because I'm going to hold Donald Trump's feet to the fire. He made a campaign promise to prosecute Hillary Clinton. And remember, one of the more famous or one of the more popular chants during the Trump rallies, lock her up, lock her up. So I really hope that he's going to go after her.
One of the more popular shirts, Hillary
for president. I mean, come on, so it was like every fifth person, we saw so many of them there at the Trump rallies. I wonder if this isn't some kind of smoke screen, because the more, if let's say Obama has a sense that Trump is really going after Hillary, then the more likely he might pardon her. So maybe he wants to just look like, hey, it's all going to be good. And
I think he's going to wait till January 20th and after, when he becomes sworn in as president. And then, it's after the inauguration. Then he's going to be free to go after, to launch those investigations. And then Kim.com came out and said in a tweet, substantial new leaks about Clinton crime family can be expected after the inauguration of President Trump.
Good.
So Kim.com seems to be in the know. He's got some links to the WikiLeaks people. He says he doesn't have any of these emails in his possession, but he does say he knows. I guess he's got some inside scoop of what's going on. So it'll be interesting to see what happens there. And right now, Obama's running around saying, oh, we got to worry about fake news. Fake news is the thing to look after. Notice that. It's like all of a sudden they've turned on the faucet for fake news, yet we keep catching them in fake news. We just pointed it out, how the New York Times said, oh, he's not going to go after Clinton. Then when you read the tweets, he said he's not taking it off the table. So he never said he's not going to go after him. He just said, we're going to wait and see. He really doesn't want to go through with it, though. He said, oh, I'm going to feel bad about being thrown into that briar patch.
I'd like to give her time to heal. Hey, this whole fake news thing is, look, the mainstream media is in shock. The establishment media and the entire establishment, for that matter, they're in total shock right now, because they really did expect Hillary to rig the election and win it.
So what are they resorting to? They're resorting to things like this new Hamilton controversy that has been around since early this week, talking about how the Hamilton cast got up and talked to Mike Pence and how it was so bad. Well, here's my take on this, and then I guess to finish up the show, we're just going to go to a bunch of reports that shows why we're thankful that Trump is our president. What I'm doing with Infowars.com, and I want to weigh in on the Hamilton controversy because I'm sick of hearing about it, for one, and I'd hope to put it to bed with this statement. But first, let's look at what Hamilton star Brandon Dixon said to Vice President-elect Mike Pence back on November 18th.
Yes, in the audience is here. Vice President-elect Pence, welcome out, but I hope you will hear us just a few more moments. There's nothing to do with it. We're all here sharing a story of love. We have a message for you, sir. We hope that you will hear us out. And I encourage everybody to pull out your phones and tweet and post, because this message is going to be online, okay? welcome you, and we truly thank you for joining us here at Hamilton American Newspaper. We really do. We, sir, we are the diverse America who are alarmed and anxious that your new administration will not protect us, our planet, children, our parents, or defend us and uphold our inalienable rights, sir. But we truly hope that this show has inspired you to uphold our American values and to work on behalf of all of us. All of us. This wonderful American story told by a diverse group of men and women of different colors, creeds, and orientations.
So by the morning of November 19th, this was everywhere, how the cast called out Mike Pence and the crowd was booing him, and they made it such a big deal that conservatives were then forced to respond and say, how dare the cast of Hamilton speak out and bully Mike Pence? Well, first of all, you just saw it. There was no bullying going on. In fact, he said, hey, let's not boo. I've got a message, and everybody record this and put it out on social media. That's what this is about, people. This is about the free expression of ideas. There was nobody being attacked, nobody being threatened. So like he just said in the video, we truly hope that this show has inspired you to uphold our American values and work on behalf of all of us. Well, I don't think anywhere during the campaign did Mike Pence or Donald Trump say, hey, make America great again only for a certain number of people. It's only for this group of people over here. That's what the left tried to portray it as, that it was this racist, sexist, homophobic guy who was going to get into the presidency. And I'm going to show you in a little bit how that's clearly not the case. But conservative talk show hosts and media then jumped on the bandwagon and piled on and started looking into this guy's past, Brandon Dixon. Oh, he called women hoes. He's done this. He's sexist. He's racist. Where is that getting us? Really? Really? Okay. The right likes to go after the SJWs, and every time they cry about something and talk about them being butthurt. This is clearly a case of the right being butthurt over nothing. So I want to encourage the right just to let it die. Let this thing die and let's move on with our lives. And the left wants to go, oh, we got Mike Pence. We told him. No, you didn't. They just asked for something that is really already happening. And I'm going to show you this right now. Back in 2000, Donald Trump was interviewed by the gay magazine, The Advocate, and he actually attacked Bill and Hillary Clinton for their treatment of homosexuals. In fact, here's an excerpt. So when asked why gays and lesbians should be interested in you as a presidential candidate, now this is back in 2000, he said, I grew up in New York City, a town with different races, religions, and peoples. It breeds tolerance and all truth. I don't care whether or not a person is gay. I judge people based on their capability, honesty, and merit. It gets better. Would we see gay people in a Trump administration? I want to see the best and brightest. Sexual orientation would be meaningless. I'm looking for brains and experience. If the best person for the job happens to be gay, I would certainly appoint them. So I think that says it all. And that was back in 2000, 16 years before he actually ran for president.
I will do everything in my power to protect our LGBTQ citizens from the violence and oppression of a hateful foreign ideology. Believe me.
Another reason I don't think this is a big deal is because I, being a theater major, know actors. And actors love applause. They love adoration. That's why they go out for their extended curtain calls. And believe me, they feed off this stuff. Okay, I'm not going to say they're vampires, but they love the applause. And they actually took time from their curtain call to stop and bring up an issue that they thought was important. Well, as you can see, I don't think you need to worry about gays, lesbians, transsexuals being excluded or persecuted from a Trump administration. You really don't. And the right, you really don't need to be getting butthurt about this. Let's all move on. And I think if we all grow up a little bit, we can all help make America great again. This is Rob Dew reporting for Infowars.com and Infowars Nightly News.
I want to thank the listeners and viewers of InfoWars. We've changed the world. Even mainstream media is bigger than CNN. We're as big as Fox. We're bigger than the BBC, on Quantcast, you name it. I want to thank you all for your support. And on this Thanksgiving, this Black Friday coming up, we're going to extend free shipping store-wide to people specifically that have the promo code FREE. Some of the specials are as high as 50% on incredibly high-quality products like Silver Bullet Colloidal Silver. That's 50% off and free shipping. That is a loss leader at InfoWarsStore.com. Trump is my president shirt is about to sell out. It's limited edition. It is for sale at cost, $9.95, shipping included. All you have to do is put in promo code FREE at checkout to get free shipping on top of discounts up to 50% off store-wide at InfoWarsStore.com. Also call toll-free, 888-253-3139. But for myself, the InfoWars family, everybody else in this fight, I want to salute and thank all of you for your support. Whatever you do, keep spreading the articles, the videos to everybody you know. It is absolutely devastating the globalists because we're on the march and the frickin' empire is on the run. I want to thank the listeners and viewers of InfoWars. And on this Thanksgiving and this Black Friday that's coming up, we're going to extend free shipping store-wide to people specifically that have the promo code FREE.
We are joined by Jack Posobiec, the Special Operations Director for Citizens for Trump. He was giving me great intel on election night. All of it ended up coming true. But recently, he went inside of Comet Pizza and Ping Pong and got kicked out. Well, one of the biggest trends on Twitter has been the whole Pizzagate thing. And there's a lot of weird activity going on here, a lot of alleged stuff that a lot of people on Twitter are obsessing over, to be frank with you. But you actually went to Comet Ping Pong and Pizza. You actually had your boots on the ground. Tell us about what happened.
So that's what I do, Owen, and thanks for having me on tonight. I saw a lot of people researching Pizzagate, and I saw a lot of people were talking about it. And quite frankly, it had not been something that I had put a lot of effort into because it really broke just towards the end of the campaign. And at Citizens for Trump, we were working very hard to get Mr. Trump elected, to make sure that we were going to stop the steals, stop the fraud operations that were going on from the Democrats. So I hadn't really paid much attention to it. After Mr. Trump won the election in his electoral landslide, I then started looking at it, and I realized that Comet Pizza was really only about 30 minutes from where I live here in D.C. So I said, well, has any of you guys actually gone to have pizza in the place yet? And I hadn't been one of those people that was, researching it and putting together the spaghetti string, of who's who, tied to Hillary, tied to Podesta, and all the emails. But I said, well, look, guys, if we think that there's something going on, why don't we just go to the place, sit down, order dinner, Periscope it live, and see what happens.
And you did saw it happen, and you saw kind of a straight, but, to me, humans have a sixth sense. There's a reason why certain environments make our hair stand up on the back. There's a reason why we get butterflies. I feel like if you were in this establishment and there was serious activity like this alleged pedophile activity going on, you would kind of sense it. You would sense the weirdness of the place. Just tell me what it was like when you walked in, and then how kind of the staff there treated you.
Weird vibe, man. Really weird vibe. And if anyone wants to go and look at the Periscopes, I'm on Twitter at Jack Posobiec. It's just my name. And from the first moment when we stepped in, the people sort of had that super extra happy smile. And I don't mean there was a nice greeter who was there. I mean, this is your table. This is going to be a great meal. You're going to have a good time. And then we were asking basic questions, and the answers that we were getting back with my friend George, and the answers that we were getting back were very shady. They were very non-committal. At one point, we were going into the back room, and so they have this ping pong set up with a foosball table, and I was just saying, oh, foosball. It's like when I was, in the military, we used to always play foosball in the Navy, and on the swim base, and I said, can we play foosball? And they didn't know what I was talking about. And even the owner, or I guess the manager who was there, didn't really know what I was talking about. And I said, I pointed to it a couple times and said, oh, that, yeah. Because there's a foosball table there that clearly hadn't been used in a very long time. So I then look back and see this curtained off area with some chairs behind it. I could kind of see the outline of some plush chairs and a flickering light as if it was candlelight. And so I said, is that the bathroom? Because I couldn't see any other bathroom. So I go back there. And meanwhile, I'm looking around, and this is like 9 o'clock at night in a bar in DC, and there's little kids like just randomly sort of walking around, going back and forth from this curtain. People are going back and forth, and the guy's like, "Oh no, you come over here to find the bathroom." And we go over, and there's this like, I kid you not, you can see it on Periscope. It's a secret door that's like kind of like this flag behind me, where a secret door, and like you press it in, and then the bathroom door opens, and I'm looking around, I'm like, what kind of place am I in right now? But meanwhile, even as for just asking really simple, normal questions, you know, I see the manager comes by, he's on the phone, and he's like staring at me, and he's staring at the other guy. And meanwhile, I've only been in this place for about 5 minutes. And then I go and I get to the point where I think I ordered a garlic knot, and it had just come to sit at my table when the manager comes back with 2 Washington, D.C. police officers and says, "You need to leave the establishment. I am denying you service."
And was there anything that you did specifically that would have made him want to deny you service?
Absolutely not. He said that he found my Periscope and said, "You're live streaming from inside here, and I'm not allowing
Scared
that,
of
so I'm
media.
denying your service." And so all I had titled the Periscope was "Dinner at Comet Pizza." I didn't say, you know, Pizzagate. I didn't say any of the allegations. I said dinner at Comet Pizza. The kind of way you would say, you know, lots of people take pictures and put it on Snapchat, Instagram, that sort of thing. And there are a lot of people around me with smartphones, but for some reason, this guy was completely keyed in. And honestly, I think he'd been tipped off.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it would sound like, especially when they've got all kinds of stuff going on their social media, all kinds of weird pictures. I mean, we've seen the type of weird pictures that have been associated with this place. Just final question on your experience there before I move on to the next topic. Did you see any of that weird artwork?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Just even as you first walk in, you see this weird sort of demonic artwork on just to the inside of the front door, and then as you're walking back, you see this face that's just kind of on the wall above one of the tables, and it looks like this sort of some sort of cross between a zombie and like the girl in The Exorcist, Linda Blair's character, and it's just freaky. Then as you walk back a little further, the wall looked like it had been recently stripped. So there's a possibility that they may have actually taken some of those paintings down.
Pizzagate, it has been trending on Twitter. Certainly some weird stuff there. We'll see if that trend continues and some of the weirdness that just citizens are reporting on and breaking on social media. We'll see if that catches in the ground. I want to move on to another topic, Jack, the alt-right. Now, this is something that kind of caught popularity with the Trump movement, and now it's been twisted, demonized, and it's racist, sexist, homophobic, neo-Nazi. What do you think right now? What is the response that we should take to them blaming the alt-right for racism? The alt-right is the new platform for racism.
Well, I think the media has decided to say that the only requirements for being a member of the alt-right are that you have a social media account and that you support Donald Trump, and therefore you are automatically a racist and a neo-Nazi and a member of the KKK. The DNC actually specifically called me a member of the KKK when they filed a lawsuit against.
Oh, they should. Mhm.
Really? Oh, you're a badass. True. So, yeah. So, anyways, you're lying in bed all day like a crippled person, looking at the fucking projector.
Citizens for Trump in 4 states under the KKK Act of 1871. And honestly,
exactly.
I think at this point,
So, do you browse the web? Yeah, I can see it. I know. Well, I see 7 Eric Silvermans. Wow. Oh, sure, man. Sorry, when do you want to do this this film, or when do you want to watch the movie or do the activity? Okay, so I like to read on Wikipedia, but I don't think you like that. You don't like actual information.
guys, today I'm going to be showing you how to make this electric foundry that I've used for melting aluminium. This is by far the easiest and cheapest way that I've found so far to melt.
No, no, no. It's not about a clear picture. In fact, it will make using your screen, but
this, we will need the following substances: potassium and chrome alum. To begin, let's make a mixture of alum. To do this, to let the crystal as the most beautiful and the large crystal. This crystal will serve as a seed, from which a large crystal will be grown in the future. The solution which previously was merged can be now filtered, but that is optional. Now, tie the seed on a thin fishing line and hang it in a solution of alum on a pencil or a stick. Now we can only wait for the crystals to grow. Over time, water will evaporate from the solution, and excess alum will form the crystal that is hanging onto the fishing line. After some time, the crystal will begin to take a regular geometric shape that is defined by the crystal lattice of a substance. For alum, it's octagonal or octahedron. Also, during the crystal growth, excess crystal will grow as well on the bottom and the line of the glass, and they should be removed. For all, it's better to save this crystal, and it is possible to prepare a solution and raise other crystals out of them in the future. Also, in single crystals growing, it's important to avoid extremes of temperatures and pollution of the solution. After 2 months, my crystals become large enough, and I decided that I can stop its growth. I pulled off the crystal from the solution and desiccated its surface with a napkin. Next, I covered the crystal with colorless nail polish. 1 or 2 layers is usually enough. It's important to protect the crystal from further destruction.
Hello. All right, so we were trying to fix your aspect.
It will take quite a while to cool. In the meantime, all the oxides and other contaminants will float to the top, where they can be skimmed off. As the temperature again falls below bismuth's freezing point, crystals begin forming at the surface, growing downward into the molten metal beneath. We can gently move the crystals as they grow to be sure they don't freeze to the bottom.
Have a 4:3 aspect ratio. And
Sweet.
Aluminium, and this is a forge or a foundry that runs entirely off electricity. This is what's called a resistance foundry since it runs off electrical resistance, and the heating element is a very cheap kiln heating element made for high temperatures, and I bought it off eBay for only £3. This foundry is very well insulated using alumina silica fire brick, and after running it for hours, the outside of it never gets over 100 degrees Celsius, despite the inside being almost 1,000. I've been casting aluminium for over 3 years now, and the first time I ever did metal casting was when I was 13, back in early 2013. I did that using a hairdryer and a barbecue and a soup can, and it actually ended up being alright. Since then, I've made various different forges, all getting larger and larger, and I started to use graphite crucibles, which were much better and much safer, and I could melt larger volumes of aluminium. But the problem with all of these forges is they were powered by coal, which gives off a lot of dirty gases and harmful carcinogens that aren't good to breathe in, and it's also quite expensive to run and not very good for the environment. On top of that, they're incredibly noisy. and they're also prone to having accidents like this if you overheat the crucible. But today I'm going to be showing you how to make by far my best forge yet. It's completely silent and it heats up incredibly quickly. In fact, it gets up to melting aluminium temperatures in around 15 minutes. So let's see how you make it. First is to find a power lead with a mains fused plug on it, and you can get these pretty much anywhere, but I got mine off an old radiator. A quick note, all of the electricity that I'm talking about and using in this video is mains voltage, which is 230 volts at 50 Hz AC, and the max amperage that you can run through that is around 30 Hz. So if you have a different electricity supply, your setup might be slightly different to mine. Another safety note to point out is that we're working with lethal currents and voltages here, so don't be doing anything with electricity if you don't have at least a basic understanding of how it works and how to protect yourself from getting electrocuted. The next step is to strip the cable and expose the live, the earth, and the neutral wires. The next step is to actually To get your resistance kiln wire, which is going to be the heating element. And as I said before, I bought this off eBay. I ended up using around 1.5 meters of this wire. Now I'm going to do a little experiment to find the right resistance of the wire so that I get a good heating and I don't burn out the coils. If the coil is too short, then the resistance will be too low and too much current will flow, the coil will get too hot and it will melt. If your coil is too long, then there's too much resistance and not enough current flows, so it doesn't get hot enough. The temperature that you want to be achieving is around when the wire is just on the transition between glowing red and glowing yellow. If it's glowing completely yellow, that's a little bit too hot and it's easily damaged and will break over time. But if it's glowing just above orange, then that's around the perfect temperature for melting aluminium. Before we get the wires up to the mains voltage, they need to be stretched because at the moment they're not really working as a single wire. They're working sort of as a spring where all of the contacts are shorted out together. So we need to stretch them so that all of the contacts are isolated from each other. Make sure this stretch is even, because if you don't stretch it out or stretch it out unevenly, something like this happens and your coil doesn't heat up evenly, which is bad. So I'm just going to try a single 1 meter length of the coil. As you can see, the resistance is quite low and it heats up to glowing red almost instantly, but I think this is too much. So I attached two pieces together using a threaded rod and tested it again, but this time it was too long and the wire wouldn't get hot enough. I found the wire so it was around 1.5 coils long, so around 1 meter 50, and that was the perfect length. The connection between the two wires was easily made just by winding them both onto an M6 threaded rod and cut off very short and crimping it with pliers. I could then cut my wire to the desired length and measure the resistance. So the resistance is around 33 ohms when cold, and obviously as the wire heats up, the resistance is going to increase because it acts sort of like a filament bulb. I can do a little to work out that the max current flow is going to be 7.5 amps. That's easily lower than the 13 amp max on the circuit breakers in my house. I can then use P equals I squared R to work out that this is going to be around a 1.8 kilowatt heating element, which is really powerful. So now it's time to make the actual forge itself, and for the insulation of the forge, I'm going to be using these Illumina silicate fire bricks. I purchased these off eBay because they've got really good insulation properties, and they've got very high max temperature. These were quite expensive, and they're around £25 for 5 of them. I bought them, and you could maybe get them cheaper if you bought them in a higher quantity. And for this forge, you're going to need 9 of them, so that's roughly about £50 worth of bricks. There are other cheaper forms of insulation, but I want this forge to be quite efficient and very well insulated. You could also use a combination of plaster of Paris and sand, or you could use fiberglass wall insulation. These bricks measure 230 by 114 by 76 millimeters. I'm going to be arranging my fire bricks in a structure like this, which is going to then insulate all the way around the crystal and let it get really hot. Remember that my wire coil is around 1 meter 50 long, and one circle all the way around the brick on the inside to make one coil of wire takes around 44 centimeters. So that means I can get about 3.5 turns in. I want the majority of my turns to be in the bottom half of the bricks, so that then the temperature will rise. So what I do is I lay my bricks out like this, so that all 4 of them are joined together very close, and I measure every 6 centimeters up one edge and make it up, and do the same on the other edge. Using a long ruler and a pencil, I can then join these lines up together. This means that then when I put my bricks back in a square shape, this line will form a coil going all the way up the sides, where I can put my coils. I'm now going to be shaping the brick using a file, but remember this brick contains silicate, and breathing in silicate dust gives you silicosis, which is really bad for your lungs, so make sure you wear a dust mask while doing this. Now using a regular metal file, I'm just going to slowly file into the bricks, and these bricks are really soft and really easy to shape, so this isn't a very hard task. I make this groove so that it's around 6 or 7 millimeters wide and easily deep enough to house the entire coil. I then repeat this process for every single line on the bricks, making sure to follow them exactly and make them all the same depth and the same width, and then checking with the coil to check that it fits in very snugly. Once all the grooves are cut, I can then arrange the bricks back in the order that they were originally cut in and put them in a square shape and start to spiral the coil inside. And I can see that it fits quite nicely. Problem is this insulation isn't very good yet, since you can see that there's all these gaps out the sides. So I'm going to be fixing that using another half of a fire brick. I want to make these corners rounded so they only use up half a fire brick, so it only takes 2 fire bricks to cover all 4 corners. So I place 1 brick in the corner and then join up the line between 2 different bricks. Then again, wearing a dust mask, I can easily cut the brick using a wood saw. I go nice and slowly so I make sure that I don't crack the a very soft brick, and I make sure that I hoover up all the dust afterwards. I can then use the same brick to cut another slot all the way down. I get 2 triangles out of 1 brick. The same thing is done for the second brick, and then I can arrange them all in a structure like this, and I think it looks quite good. This brick is really soft and easy to break, so I need to create a steel frame going all the way around it to hold it together and to strengthen it, and I'm going to be using 90-degree angle iron for that. This is quite expensive, and the going rate is about £10 per meter. I mark on the length that I need, and then mark on the 45-degree angle to cut it at, and then cut using my angle grinder. I cut the section out using my angle grinder. I can then use my bench vise to bend the metal at the angle that I need. Once I got it at the right angle, I then welded it using my very cheap arc welder that I recently bought. This creates a very strong 45-degree bend, and I can then put it on and mark where the next bend needs to be. The process is then repeated until I get all the way around to the start, and I need to cut it off and then join it together. It took quite a lot of work, but once it's all joined together and tack welded together, I can see that it's all in the right shape, holds the bricks in place. I can then coil up the wire and test how well it insulates it. You can see that it gets hot really quick, and it easily maxes out my 530-degree infrared thermometer. I decided to test whether it could actually melt aluminium, and I suspected that it could, so I put in my graphite crucible and put in some aluminium. Sure enough, 20 minutes later, and it's completely molten. So now I've established that it works and the frame fits, it's time to grind off all of the welder beads and make it just smooth metal. This is now one solid ring of steel. However, it is a little bit ugly and I don't really like the way that it looks. So when I need to make the second one, top half, I'm going to make it slightly differently. This time I'm going to cut each metal section to length beforehand, then clamp them all together and then weld them all as separate pieces, using one single piece and just bending it. And I think this way will produce much cleaner edges and make it much nicer, even though it does require more welding and grinding. Once I've measured and cut all of the pieces and cut them at the right angles, I can then assemble them onto the frame. I can then tack weld everything together to make sure that it's all in the right place. Once I'm happy with the tack welding, I can then take it off the forge and weld in all of the gaps and seams. And like before, I can then grind off all of the weld beads to make it perfectly flat and smooth metal. If I'd thought of this method before I made the other one, I would have probably done them both like this, since I think this method worked a lot better and created a much more accurate shape. Once I place the rings over the top and the bottom, you can see the forge is already held really firmly together. The friction between the two pieces and the bricks is strong enough so that none of the bricks move when I push them. I'm going to be adding side panels that connect both the top and the bottom rings together, and they're going to be bolted together. I set to punch and drill a 6mm hole in a piece of steel flat bar. This flat bar cost me about £6 per meter, and I'm going to be using 1.5 meters. I then use an angle grinder and thin cut-off wheel to cut almost all of the way through the flat bar, just below the hole. Then I reverse it in my vise and I can easily bend it back to a 90-degree angle. To increase the strength of this 90-degree angle, I then weld all the way along the edge to make it nice and strong. I completely cut this flat bar off at 90 degrees using my angle grinder. I can then tip the forge on its side and weld it to the top rim that's going all the way around the top. I can then grind that weld smooth and then take another piece of flat bar with a 6mm hole, but this time cut it off completely. I can then use welding magnets to hold that piece in place on the bottom bracket going all the way around the bottom. And again use my arc welder to weld that to the bottom frame. When that's done, an M6x50 threaded bolt can fit very nicely between the two, and you can easily tighten it up with a screwdriver and it pulls the entire construction really tight. I repeat that process to create a second bracket on the other side, so that I've got two brackets pulling the whole structure very tight together. I then replaced those short M6 bolts with some 100mm long ones, and cut another flat bar with 2 holes in it that would fit over it. I took another one of the fire bricks and cut it in half, so that created 2 thinner fire bricks which can act as the... Then using that last piece of flat bar, I could fit it over and tighten up the nuts to hold them both on the bottom. Unfortunately, as I was doing it, it actually managed to crack the bricks when I tried to move it, because these bricks are very weak and you've got to remember that they're very brittle. To hold on the base properly, I'm going to need actually 4 legs and going to have 4 different points of clamping down instead of just 2, which is going to spread out the pressure and also hold it all together properly. So I repeated the same process with the flat bar and drilling holes to create 2 more clamps on the side. So this is now on each of the long flat pieces got 1 clamp. So it's got 4 different clamps pulling everything together. Despite this half of the brick being broken, I'm still going to use them since they were quite expensive. I used a wood saw to chop off the protruding corners that were sticking out the edge of the forge. I used a wood rasp to file away all of the material so that it will be able to sit flush on the base and it would easily clear the metal outside. Once everything's sitting flat on the bottom, I can then put on my piece of flat bar attaching to 2 of the 4 legs this time and tighten up the nuts very slightly, but not too tight. I can then take a second piece of flat bar, again with a 6mm hole in, and place it over one of the other legs and measure how long it needs to be. It's then cut and put in place, making sure that it's pointing straight down the middle. Then using my arc welder, I just weld it to the main central support beam. I then do the same thing with a third piece of metal with a hole in, so that there's a cross in the middle which is going to support the entire base and make it strong even with the fractured bricks. I can then tighten up all of the nuts on the feet to make sure that everything is nice and strong. After this, I can then remove the base and I need to make a hole where the live wire will be able to enter into the forge. I drill a hole in the side of the steel flat bar and then all the way through the bricks right in one of the bottom corners where I'm going to have my core enter. I then take another piece of M6 threaded rod and thread it into the end of my heating element. Onto it, I attach 2 nuts and 2 washers, and then I can take my wire and wrap it inside the washers and then crush them together, holding the wire in really tightly and really securely. This is a connection that is not going to break with lots of heat. The extra threaded rod can then be cut off with a hacksaw. I then take it apart and put the wire through the hole that I made in the flat bar and tighten everything up again. I made a small indent in the bricks where the nut can fit in and it will insulate the wire from getting too hot. I then place on my 4 bottom bricks and attach on the supporting metal and then put up all of the nuts. I then find where I want the coil to leave the forge, and this is going to be right at the top, and I carefully drill another 6mm hole all the way through one side. I then insert the neutral wire through this hole and do the same thing with the threaded rod and make the same crimping attachment. This is what it looks like once I've got everything set up. I've got the coil attached to one side to the live and one side to the neutral, and it's coiling all the way up on the inside of the forge and making sure that it doesn't make any contact with the graphite crucible because that would short out the coils. And now the forge is ready to test out. As you can see, when I turn it on, it starts to get hot really quickly. I'm not actually going to be making a proper lifter forge, since I'm just going to place 2 fire bricks over the top, and that should provide all of the insulation needed. So this electric foundry is now pretty much ready to use. It is by no means perfect, and there are a lot of improvements that I'm planning to do, and I'm going to talk about some of them at the end of the video. But for now, what I can do is I can take my graphite crucible and I can put it inside. For those of you that are interested, this is a 3kg graphite crucible. This forge will pretty much heat up all crucibles, but I think graphite crucibles are the safest since they've got the least chance of burning through. Make sure that whenever you're taking the crucible out of the forge, you always turn it off. And whenever you're putting metal into the forge, you also always turn it off to minimize the risk of electrocution. Because if you did actually accidentally touch the coils, they're live wires and you'd probably die. Here I'm casting a couple of ingots just by pouring them into an old baking tray that I use for casting ingots. I only use scrap for melting aluminium, so these ingots that I'm casting I've all got for free and all completely recycled. And the scrap that I'm using at the moment is actually some sections of old aluminium ladder. This is a ladder that was unsafe and it was thrown away because it was broken. And to break them up into small enough pieces so that they fit in the crucible, I'm just whacking them really hard with a hammer on my anvil. It might not have been the quickest way, but it was quite satisfying. If you want to see how to actually cast something useful in a useful shape out of at the end of the video, but for now what I can do is I can take my graphite crucible and I can put it inside. For those of you that are interested, this is a 3kg graphite crucible. This forge will pretty much heat up all crucibles, but I think graphite crucibles are the safest since they've got the least chance of burning through. Make sure that whenever you're taking the crucible out of the forge, you always turn it off, and whenever you're putting metal into the forge, you also always turn it off to minimize the risk of electrocution, because if you did actually accidentally touch the coils, they're live wires and you'd probably die. Here I'm casting a couple of ingots just by pouring them into an old baking tray that I use for casting ingots. I only use scrap for melting aluminium, so all of these ingots that I'm casting I've all got for free and all completely recycled. And the scrap that I'm using at the moment is actually some sections of old aluminium. This is a ladder that was unsafe and it was thrown away because it was broken. And to break them up into small enough pieces so that they fit in the crucible, I'm just whacking them really hard with a hammer on my anvil. It might not have been the quickest way, but it was quite satisfying. If you want to see how to actually cast something useful in a useful shape out of aluminium, I've got a lot of different tutorials on my channel on how to do lost foam casting and screen casting and various different methods like that. And there'll be a link in the description down below. You can check out my aluminium casting playlist, and you can also see some of my older casting aluminium videos if you're interested. So overall, this project cost me about £83, plus tools, plus time to make it, plus the electricity used to make it and the electricity used to run it. But at the moment,
And all those who stand in his way, I might God, glorious arms. To the righteous, the colors who shout, the soul to show the world. Nations transformed, not so small. Lion has no fear at heart. Lion come forth, come from the north, come from the north. A storm over Europe, on the wall, a train of destruction. The power of the world, see the category shiver and shake. The future of all man, they took away and still walk today. House we put in the house was gold. He said, oh, sorry, so unfold, control over you. Heroes, freedom will break. Lion and king, lion and king. The serpent rises from the waves. From the twisted purpose, mighty in his wrong, he lies from the Lord by grace. Holy Son, protector of mankind, praise your praise, your destiny awaits. Loving Son, protector of mankind, praise your praise, awaits. Enter us to praise the sacred hammer high. That's show the world of life in the air. As girded as its word, the grateful servant rose in pain. Holy Son, protector of mankind, praise your praise, your destiny awaits. Loving Son, protector of mankind, praise your praise, awaits.
While I'm not at this time a candidate for the presidency, I will decide by June whether or not I will become one. Our current president came out of nowhere. In fact, I'll go a step further. The people that went to school with him, they don't even know, they never saw him. They don't know who he is. Have no record, can't be criticized. Wonderful guy, he's a nice man, but there was no record, nothing to criticize. He didn't go in wars, he didn't go in battles, he didn't beat this one, that one, have enemies all over the place.
Tonight, there are just 4 candidates on the stage. Their position has been determined by their standing in an average of the 5 recent national polls as recognized by Fox News and conducted and released by March 1st. Here they are. Businessman Donald Trump. Texas Senator Ted Cruz. Florida Senator Marco Rubio. And Ohio Governor John Kasich.
I don't believe these politicians. All talk, no action. I'm standing here listening to I'm hearing him say about a percentage. CNN, he gets 15. That means 85% based on what you're saying of people don't dig you, number one. Is that a correct statement? How do you get 50? Are you at 15 in the new CNN poll? Do you believe in CNN? I mean, I know we're with Fox, but CNN
I'll respond to you.
CNN spent a lot of money on a poll, just came out. I'm at 49. He's at 15. He tells me about 65% of the people. It's not 65% of the people. If you go by that, 85% of the people. Then he goes, we have 5. Well, excuse me, I won 10 states. If you listen to him, it's like, I won 10 states. Everybody knows that on Super Tuesday, Trump was the winner. There wasn't one person that didn't say that. Okay. Even the 2 people on your left and right said we did a great job. So how does he take 5 and say it's better? Jeb doesn't really believe I'm unhinged. He said that very simply because he has failed in this campaign. It's been a total disaster. Nobody cares. And frankly, I'm the most solid person up here. I built a tremendous company, and all I want to do is make America great again. I don't want our country to be taken away from us, and that's what's happening. The policies that we've suffered under other presidents have been a disaster for our country. We want to make America great again. And Jeb, in all fairness, he doesn't. Language. 2 days ago, he said he would take his pants off and moon everybody. And that's fine. Nobody reports that. He gets up and says that. And then he tells me, oh, my language was a little bit rough. Okay. My language.
Tariff on Chinese goods.
That's wrong. They were wrong. It's the New York Times. They're always wrong.
Well,
they were wrong.
You never said because they provided remarks.
I would use, they were asking me what to do about North Korea. China, they don't like to tell us, but they have total control, just about, of North Korea. They can solve the problem of North Korea if they wanted to, but they taunt us. They say, well, we don't really have control. With China, North Korea doesn't even eat. China is ripping us on trade. They're devaluing their currency, and they're killing our companies. Thousands and thousands. You look at the number of companies and the number in terms of manufacturing and plants. that we lost 50,000 because of China.
So
Now,
you never
wait a minute.
advocated putting
We've
a
lost,
tariff on their
we've lost
goods to punish-
anywhere between 4 and 7 million jobs because of China. What I said this, we have very unfair trade with China. We're going to have a trade deficit of $505 billion this year with China. A lot of that is because they devalue their currency. What I said to the New York Times is that we have great power, economic power over China. And if we wanted to use that, and the amount, and where the 45% comes in, that would be the amount based on their devaluations that we should get. What I'm saying is this, I'm not saying we do it, but if they don't start treating us fairly and stop devaluing and let their currency rise, our companies can compete and we don't lose all of these millions of jobs that we're losing, I would certainly start taxing goods that come in from China. Who the hell to lose $505 billion a year?
I'm sorry, sir, you lost, but I do want to understand that.
Well, it's not that complicated, actually.
Then I apologize. But then I want to understand, if you don't want a 45% tariff, you say that wasn't the figure, would you be open, are you open to slapping a higher tariff on Chinese goods of any sort to go back at them?
Okay, just so you understand, I know so much about trade with China. Carl Icahn today has endorsed me. Many businessmen want to endorse me.
I know, but that's
Carl said, no, but he's somebody that, these are the kind of people that we should use to negotiate, not the kind of people that we have who are political hacks who don't know what they're doing, and we have problems like this. And these are the kind of people we should use our best and our finest.
All right,
now,
on that tariff,
now,
yes or no?
no, here's what I'm saying. China, they send their goods in, we don't tax, they do whatever they want to do, they do whatever they do. Okay. When we do business, they tax us. You don't know it, they tax us. I have many friends that deal with China. They can't deal. Number one, they don't want the product. And when they finally get the product, it is taxed. And if you look at what happened with Boeing, and if you look at what happened with so many companies that deal, so we don't have an equal playing field. I'm saying absolutely. We don't have to continue to lose $505 billion as a trade deficit for the privilege of dealing with China. I'm a free trader. I believe it. But we have to be smart, and we have to use smart people to negotiate. I have the largest bank in the world as a tenant of mine. I sell tens of millions of dollars. I love China. I love the Chinese people, but they laugh themselves. They can't believe how stupid the American leadership is.
So you're open to a tariff?
I'm totally open to a tariff. If they don't treat us fairly, hey, their whole trade thing is tariff. You can't deal in China without tariff. They do it to us, we don't do it. It's not fair trade.
Neil, let me say one thing about this. I'm a free trader. I supported NAFTA. I believe in PTT because it's important. Those countries in Asia are
indefensible. And I'll tell biggest liar. You probably are worse than Jeb Bush. You are the single biggest liar. All right. This guy lied. Let me just tell you, this guy lied about Ben Carson when he took votes away from Ben Carson in Iowa. And he just continued. And today we had robocalls saying Donald Trump is not going to run in South Carolina, where I'm leading by a lot. I'm not going to run. Vote for Ted Cruz. This is the same thing he did to Ben Carson. This guy will say anything. Nasty, he wants to be. Okay. A lot of times you'll have, and it doesn't work very well. How
tough is it
to take times
property from an elderly woman?
Let me talk. Quiet.
How tough is it?
A lot of times. That's all of his donors and special interests. Well, I'm very glad that Ted mentioned Arizona, because probably the toughest man on borders is Sheriff Joe Arpaio. I don't believe these politicians all talk, no action. I'm standing here listening to I'm hearing him say about a percentage. CNN, he gets 15. That means 85%, based on what you're saying, of the people don't dig you, number one. Number one. Is that a correct statement? How do you get 50? Are you at 15 in the new CNN poll? Do you believe in CNN? I mean, I know we're with Fox, but CNN
I'll respond to you.
CNN spent a lot of money in the poll. Came out. I'm at 49. He's at 15. He tells me about 65% of the people. It's not 65% of the people. If you go by that, 85% of the people. Then he goes, we have 5. And, well, excuse me, I won 10 states. If you listen to him, it's like, I won 10 states. Everybody knows that on Super Tuesday, Trump was the winner. There wasn't one person that didn't say that. Even the 2 people on your left and right said we did a great job. So how does he take 5 and say it's better? Jeb doesn't really believe I'm unhinged. He said that very simply because he has failed in this campaign. It's been a total disaster. Nobody cares. And frankly, I'm the most solid person up here. I built a tremendous company, and all I want to do is make America great again. I don't want our country to be taken away from us, and that's what's happening. The policies that we suffered under other presidents have been a disaster for our country. We want to make America great again. And Jeb, in all fairness, he doesn't. About language. 2 days ago, he said he would take his pants off and moon everything. And that's fine. Nobody reports that. He gets up and says that. And then he tells me, oh, my language was a little bit rough. My language.
Tariff on Chinese goods.
It's wrong. They were wrong. It's the New York Times. They're always wrong.
Well,
They were wrong.
you never said because
No,
they
what I
provided
said, I didn't
exploratory
report.
remarks.
I would use, they were asking me what to do about North Korea. China, they don't like to tell us, but they have total control, just about, of North Korea. They can solve the problem of North Korea if they wanted to, but they want us. They say, well, we don't really have control. Without China, North Korea doesn't even eat. China is ripping us on trade. They're devaluing their currency, and they're killing our companies. Thousands and thousands. You look at the number of companies and the number in terms of manufacturing and plants that we've lost 50,000 because of China. So now, wait a minute. We've lost anywhere between 4 and 7 million jobs because of China. What I said this. We have very unfair trade with China. We're going to have a trade deficit of $505 billion this year with China. A lot of that is because they devalue their currency. What I said to the New York Times, that we have great power, economic power over China. And if we wanted to use that, and the amount, and where the 45% comes in, that would be the amount based on their devaluations that we should get. What I'm saying is this, I'm not saying we do it, but if they don't start treating us fairly and stop devaluing and let their currency rise so that our companies can compete and we don't lose all of these millions of jobs that we're losing, I would certainly start taxing goods that come in from China. Who the hell has to lose $505 billion a year?
I'm sorry, sir, you lost me, but I do want to understand that.
Well, it's not that complicated, actually.
Okay. But then I want to understand, if you don't want a 45% tariff, you say that wasn't the figure, would you be open, or are you open to slapping a higher tariff on Chinese goods of any sort to go back at them?
Okay, just so you understand, I know so much about trade with China. Carl Icahn today, as you know, endorsed me. Many businessmen want to endorse me.
I know, but that's
Carl's. No, but he's somebody that, these are the kind of people that we should use to negotiate, not the kind of people that we have who are political hacks who don't know what they're doing, and we have problems like this. With these kind of people, we should use our best and our finest.
Right, on that tariff.
Now, here's what I'm saying. China, they send their goods in. We don't tax. They do whatever they want to do. They do whatever they do. Okay. When we do business with China, they tax us. You don't know it. They tax us. I have many friends that deal with China. They can't deal. Number one, they don't want the product. And when they finally get the product, it is taxed. And if you look at what happened with Boeing, and if you look at what happened with so many companies that deal. So we don't have an equal playing field. I'm saying absolutely. We don't have to continue to lose $505 billion as a trade deficit for the privilege of dealing with China. I'm a free trader. I believe believe it. But we have to be smart, and we have to use smart people to negotiate. I have the largest bank in the world as a tenant of mine. I sell tens of millions of dollars. I love China. I love the Chinese people, but they laugh themselves. They can't believe how stupid the American leadership is.
So you're open to a tariff?
I'm totally open to a tariff. If they don't treat us fairly, hey, their whole trade thing is tariff. You can't deal in China without tariff. They do it to us, we don't do it. It's not fair trade.
Neil, let me say one thing about this. I'm a free trader. I supported NAFTA. I believe in the PTT because it's important those countries in Asia are an interface.
You are the single biggest liar. You probably are worse than Jeb Bush. You are the single biggest liar. All right. This guy lied. Let me just tell you, this guy lied about Ben Carson when he took votes away from Ben Carson in Iowa. And he just continues. And today we had robocalls saying Donald Trump is not going to run in South Carolina, where I'm leading by a lot. I'm not going to run. Vote for Ted Cruz. This is the same thing he did to Ben Carson. This guy will say anything. Let me just, he wants to be a tough guy. A lot of times you'll have, and it doesn't work very well with
How tough is it?
A lot of times,
property from an elderly woman.
Let me talk quiet.
How tough?
A lot of times, that's all of his donors and special interests. I'm very glad that Ted mentioned Arizona, because probably the toughest man on borders is Sheriff Joe Arpaio. And 2 days ago, he totally endorsed me. So I so happen to call him a lightweight, okay? And I have said that. So I would like to take that back. He's really much of a lightweight. And as far as, and I have to say this, he hit my hands. Nobody has ever hit my hands. I've never heard of this one. Look at those hands, these small hands. And he referred to my hands. If they're small, something else must be small. I guarantee you there's no problem. Hillary Clinton in many polls, the Q poll just came out. I beat Hillary Clinton in a recent Fox poll. I beat Hillary Clinton in USA Today. I beat her today in a poll in Ohio. I'm the only one that beats Hillary Clinton. I have not started or heard Ted say that over and over again on television, that he's the only one that could beat me. Just for the record, I've won 10. He's won 3 or 4. Last week, in fact, on Tuesday, I was 500,000 votes higher than him. I was 1 million votes higher than Marco. 1 million votes. That's a lot of votes. I totally disavow the Ku Klux Klan. I totally disavow David Duke. I've been doing it now for 2 weeks. You're probably about the 18th person that's asked me the question. It was very clear. That question was also talked about in the form of groups. I want to know, which groups are you talking about? You have to tell me which groups. Ultimately, he got to the Ku Klux Klan, which obviously I'm going to disavow. And by the way, if you look on my Twitter account, almost immediately after the program, they were disavowed again. You know, it's amazing. When I do something on Twitter, everybody picks it up, goes all over the place. But when I did this one, nobody ever picks it up. Take a look at our country too much. If he would have run, and even if he would have won, it would have been bad. He doesn't have what it takes to be president, that I can tell you. Tremendous has been just sucked out of our country by China. China says they don't have that good a control over North Korea. They have tremendous control. I deal with the Chinese all of the time. I do tremendous business. The largest bank in the world is in one of my buildings in Manhattan. I deal with them. They tell me they have total, absolute control, practically, of North Korea. They are sucking trillions of dollars out of our country. They're rebuilding China with the money they take out of our country. I would get on with China. Let China solve that problem. They can do it quickly and surgically. That's what we should do with North Korea. Begging for my endorsement. I could have said, Mitt, drop to your knees. He would have dropped to his knees. He was begging. Has lied so much about my record. There we go. He has lied so much about my record. Why don't you let him? And I will tell you this. First of all, I got a call from my sister and brother tonight. And they said, we had no idea Dad gave you $200 million. Believe me, I started off with $1 million. I built a company that's worth more than $10 billion. And I say it not in a bragging way, but that's the kind of thinking we need. Very low debt, tremendous cash flow. My financials are they're all in there with the federal elections. You've seen them. Everybody's seen them. I say it only because that's the kind of thinking this country needs with $19 trillion in debt.
I mean, you don't like fat pigs, dogs, slobs, and disgusting animals. Your Twitter account.
Only Rosie O'Donnell.
In America.
No. I am a Second Amendment person. If we had guns in California on the other side where the bullets went in the different direction, you wouldn't have 14 or 15 people dead right now. If even in Paris, if they had guns on the other side going in the opposite direction, you wouldn't have 130 people plus dead. So the answer is no. And what Jeb said is absolutely correct. We have a huge mental health problem in this country. We're closing hospitals, we're closing wards, we're closing so many because the states want to save money. We have to get back into looking at what's causing. You know, the guns don't pull the trigger, people that pull the trigger. And we have to find out what is going on. We have to protect our Second Amendment, and you cannot do this. And certainly what Barack Obama was doing with the executive order, he doesn't want to get people, you know, the old-fashioned way where you get Congress, you get the Congress, you get the Senate, you get together, you do legislation. He just writes out an order, executive order.
Tariff on Chinese goods.
That's wrong. They were wrong. It's the New York Times. They're always wrong.
Well,
they were wrong.
You never said because they provided
what I said, I didn't
exploratory remarks.
I would use, they were asking me what to do about North Korea. China, they don't like to tell us, but they have total control, just about, of North Korea. They can solve the problem of North Korea if they wanted to. But they taunt us. They say, well, we don't really have control. Without China, North Korea doesn't even eat. China is ripping us on trade. They're devaluing their currency, and they're killing our companies. Thousands and thousands. You look at the number of companies and the number in terms of manufacturing and plants that we've lost, 50,000 because of China.
So you never
wait a minute.
We've
lost anywhere between 4 and 7 million jobs because of China. What I said this, we have very unfair trade with China. We're going to have a trade deficit of $505 billion this year with China. A lot of that is because they devalue their currency. What I said to the New York Times is that we have great power, economic power over China. And if we wanted to use that, and the amount where the 45% comes in, that would be the amount based on their devaluations that we should get. What I'm saying is this, I'm not saying we do it, but if they don't start treating us fairly and stop devaluing and let their currency rise so that our companies can compete and we don't lose all of these millions of jobs that we're losing, I would certainly start taxing goods that come in from China. Who the hell has to lose $505 billion a year?
I'm sorry, sir, you lost me, but I do want to understand that.
Well, it's not that complicated, actually.
Then I apologize.
Okay.
But then I want to understand, if you don't want a 45% tariff, you say that wasn't the figure, would you open or are you open to slapping a higher tariff on Chinese goods of any sort to go back at them?
Okay, just so you understand, I know so much about trade with China. Carl Icahn today, as you know, endorsed me. Many businessmen want to endorse me.
I know, but that's
Carl said, no, but he's somebody that, these are the kind of people that we should use to negotiate, not the kind of people that we have who are political hacks who don't know what they're doing, and we have problems like this. And these are the kind of people we should use our best and our finest.
On that tariff,
Now, here's what I'm saying. China, they send the goods in, we don't tax, they do whatever they want to do, they do whatever they do. Okay. When we do business with China, they tax us. You don't know it, they tax us. I have many friends that deal with China. They can't deal. Number one, they don't want the product. And when they finally get the product, it is taxed. And if you look at what happened with Boeing, and if you look at what happened with so many companies that deal. So we don't have an equal playing field. I'm saying absolutely. We don't have to continue to lose $505 billion as a trade deficit for the privilege of dealing with China. I'm a free trader. I believe believe it. But we have to be smart, and we have to use smart people to negotiate. I have the largest bank in the world as a tenant of mine. I sell tens of millions of dollars. I love China. I love the Chinese people, but they laugh themselves. They can't believe how stupid the American leadership is.
So you're open to a tariff?
I'm totally open to a tariff. If they don't treat us fairly, hey, their whole trade thing is tariff. You can't deal in China without tariff. They do it to us, we don't do it. It's not fair trade.
Neil, let me say one thing about this. I'm a free trader. I supported NAFTA. I believe in the PTT because it's important those countries in Asia are an interface.
Mitt is a failed candidate. He failed. He failed horribly. The third debate, he failed badly. That was a race, I have to say, folks, that should have been won. That was a race that absolutely should have been won. And I don't know what happened to him. He disappeared. It's so wrong. You got to fight ISIS first. You fight ISIS first. Right now, you have Russia, you have Iran, you have them with Assad, and you have them with Syria. You have to knock out ISIS. They're chopping off heads. These are animals. You have to knock them out. You have to knock them off strong. You decide what to do after. You can't fight two wars at one time. If you listen to him and you listen to some of the folks that I've been listening to, that's why we've been in the Middle East for 15 years and we haven't won anything. We've spent $5 trillion in the Middle East because of thinking like that. In the Middle East, we have people chopping the heads off Christians. We have people chopping the heads off many other people. We have things that we have never seen before as a group. We have never seen before what's happening right now. The medieval times, I mean, we studied medieval times. Not since medieval times have people seen what's going on. I would bring back waterboarding, and I'd bring back a hell of a lot worse than waterboarding.
Along very well with Vladimir Putin. You did at one point say let Russia take care of ISIS.
Call me a genius. I like him so far, I have to tell you. Let me just say this. So wrong. Jeb is absolutely so, that's, just so you understand, you know what that is? That's Jeb's special interest lobbyist talking. Look, let me just tell you something. Jeb is so wrong. You got to fight ISIS first. You fight ISIS first. Right now, you have Russia, you have Iran, you have them with Assad, and you have them with Syria. You have to knock out ISIS. They're chopping off heads. These are animals. You have to knock them out. You have to knock them off strong. You decide what to do after. You can't fight two wars at one time. If you listen to him and you listen to some of the folks that I've been listening to, that's why we've been in the Middle East for 15 years and we haven't won anything. We've spent $5 trillion in the Middle East because of thinking like that. We've spent and Lindsey Graham, who backs him, who had 0 on his polls. So let me just say something. We've spent. I only tell the truth, lobbyists. We've spent $5 trillion all over the middle. We have to rebuild our country. We have to rebuild our infrastructure. You listen to that, you're going to be there for another 15 years.
All right, Governor.
In the Middle East, we have people chopping the heads off Christians. We have people chopping the heads off many other people. We have things that we have never seen before as a group. We have never seen before what's happening right now. The medieval times, I mean, we studied medieval times. Not since medieval times have people seen what's going on. I would bring back waterboarding, and I'd bring back a hell of a lot worse than waterboarding. I think it's very sad that CNN leads Jeb Bush, Governor Bush, down a road by starting off virtually all of the questions. Mr. Trump this, I think it's very sad. And frankly, I think it's very sad. And frankly, I watched the first debate, and the first long number of questions were, Mr. Trump said this, Mr. Trump said that, Mr. Trump. These poor guys, although I must tell you, Santorum, good guy. Governor Huckabee, good guy. They were very nice, and I respect them greatly. But I thought it was very unfair that virtually the entire early portion of the debate was Trump this, Trump that, in order to get ratings.
But Mr. Trump, it's not CNN.
Ratings,
Mr. Trump, I was on CNN last night watching.
Excuse me. I think it's very unprofessional.
But it wasn't. It wasn't. It was me. I watched you last night for 16 minutes.
I think it's very
not CNN. It's not CNN. It's America watching you.
Okay, fine.
It's America's watching.
So I was mentioned, so I can bring up something, I think, right? Look, the simple fact is, if you think this is tough and you're not being treated
This
fairly,
isn't tough and easy.
imagine what it's going to be like
I wish
dealing
it
with
was
Putin,
always
or
as
dealing
easy
with
as you,
President
Jeff.
Xi, or dealing with the Islamic terrorism
Oh,
that
yeah.
exists. This is a tough business.
Oh,
with the
I know.
president.
You're a tough guy, Jeff.
And we need to have that is
Real tough.
You're never going to be president of the United
You're real
States
tough,
by
Jeff,
insulting
yeah?
your way to
Well,
the
let's see. I'm
presidency.
at 42 and you're at 3. So
Doesn't
far
matter.
I'm doing better.
Doesn't matter.
I'm doing better. You know, you started off over here, Jeff. You're moving over further and further. Pretty soon you're going to be off the end.
It's just awfully good that someone with the temperament of Donald Trump is not in charge of the law in our country.
Because you'd be in jail.
Secretary Clinton.
In the last 3 polls, I'm beating you. So, you know, you shouldn't misrepresent how well you're doing. Polls. You don't have to say that. In fact, I was all for you until you started doing that, because that's a misrepresentation. Number 1. Number 2, this isn't me saying it. I don't care. I think I'm going to win fair and square. I don't have to win this way. Thank you. Lawrence tried, and numerous from Harvard, said that there is a serious question as to whether or not Ted can do this, okay? There are other attorneys that feel, and very, very fine constitutional attorneys, that feel that because he was not born on the land, he cannot run for.
I'm a mistake using a private email.
That's for sure.
And if I had to do it over again, I would obviously do it differently. But I'm not going to make any excuses. It was a mistake, and I take responsibility for that.
Mr. Trump?
That was more than a mistake. That was done purposely. Okay, that was not a mistake. That was done purposely. When you have your staff taking the Fifth Amendment, taking the Fifth, so they're not prosecuted. When you have the man that set up the illegal server taking the Fifth, I think it's disgraceful. And believe me, this country thinks it's disgraceful. It really thinks it's disgraceful also. Hillary Clinton wanted the wall. Hillary Clinton fought for the wall in 2006 or thereabouts. Now, she never gets anything done, so naturally the wall wasn't built. When she started talking about this, it was really very recently. She's been doing this for 30 years. And why hasn't she made the agreements better? Secretary Clinton and others, politicians, should have been doing this years, not right now because of the fact that we've created a movement. Well, I'm very glad that Ted mentioned Arizona, because probably the toughest man on borders is Sheriff Joe Arpaio. And 2 days ago, he totally endorsed me. So thank you. Said about language. 2 days ago, he said he would take his pants off and moon everybody, and that's fine. Nobody reports that. He gets up and says that, and he tells me, oh, my language was a little bit rough.
Okay.
My language. Governor Casey.
I feel like by the end of this evening, I'm going to be blamed for everything that's ever happened.
Why not? Well, I also happen to call him a lightweight, okay? And I have said that, so I would like to take that back. He's really not that much of a lightweight. And as far as, and I have to say this, he hit my hands. Nobody has ever hit my hands. This one, look at those hands. Are they small hands? And he referred to my hands. If they're small, something else must be small. I guarantee you there's no problem. I guarantee. So let's see, I'm at 42 and you're at 3. So far I'm doing better. This little guy has lied so much about my record. There we go. The person has lied so much about my record.
Mr. Rubio, Senator Rubio, why don't you let him?
And I will tell you this. First of all, I got a call from my sister and brother tonight. And they said, we had no idea Dad gave you $200 million. Me. I started off with $1 million. I built a company that's worth more than $10 billion. And I say it not in a bragging way, but that's the kind of thinking we need. Very low debt, tremendous cash flow. My financials are they're all in there with the federal election. You've seen them, everybody's seen them. I say it only because that's the kind of thinking this country needs with $19 trillion in debt, believe me.
You support
a national right to carry law. Why, sir?
Well, let me just tell you before we go any further, in Chicago, which has the toughest gun laws in the United States, probably you could say by far, they have more gun violence than any other city. So we have the toughest laws and you have tremendous gun violence. I am a very strong supporter of the Second Amendment, and I don't know if Hillary was saying it in a sarcastic manner, but I'm very proud to have the endorsement of the NRA, and it's the earliest endorsement they've ever given to anybody who ran for president. I'm putting more than, by the time it's finished, I'll have more than $100 million invested. Pretty much self-funding mine. We're raising money for the Republican Party, and we're doing tremendously on the small donations, $1 average or so. I asked Hillary, why doesn't she make $250 million by being in office? She used the power of her office to make a lot of money. Why isn't she funding, not for $100 million, but why don't you put 10 or 20 or 25 or $30 million into your own campaign? It's $30 million less for special interests that will tell you exactly what to do. And it would really, I think, be a nice sign to the American public. Why aren't you putting some money in? You have a lot of it. You've made a lot of it because of the fact that you've been in office. You made a lot of it while you were Secretary of State, actually. So why aren't you putting money into your own campaign? I'm just curious. Attacked him on his look, and believe me, there's plenty of subject matter right there. Millions and millions of women, cervical cancer, breast cancer, are helped by Planned Parenthood. So you can say whatever you want, but they have millions of women going through Planned Parenthood that are helped greatly. And I wouldn't fund it, I would defund it because of the abortion factor.
You've called women you don't like fat pigs, dogs, slobs, and disgusting animals. Your Twitter account...
Only Rosie O'Donnell. First of all, Rand Paul shouldn't even be on this stage. He's number 11. He's got 1% in the polls. How he got up here, there's far too many people. Anyway. But you were there, and you were Secretary of State when it was a little infant. Now it's in over 30 countries. And you're going to stop them? I don't think so.
Will you start a trade war with Mexico?
Well, you know, I don't mind trade wars. Well, we're losing $58 billion a year. You want to know the truth. We're losing so much. We're losing so much with Mexico and China. With China, we're losing $500 billion a year. And then people say, oh, don't we want to trade? I don't mind trading, but I don't want to lose $500 billion. I don't want to lose $58 billion. Mexico just took Carrier Corporation, maker of air conditioners. They just took Ford. They're building a $2.5 billion plant. They just took Nabisco out of Chicago. And I always say I'm not having oral, which is true, by the way. But they just took a big plant from Nabisco into Mexico. They're taking our businesses. I don't mind. Look, now she's blaming. She got caught in a total lie. Her papers went out to all her friends at the banks, Goldman Sachs and everybody else. And she said things, WikiLeaks, that just came out. And she lied. Now she's blaming the lie on the late, great Abraham Lincoln. That's one that I haven't. Okay, Honest Abe never lied. That's the good thing. That's the big difference between Abraham Lincoln and you. That's a big, big difference. We're talking about some difference. Jeb is so wrong. You got to fight ISIS first. You fight ISIS first. Right now, you have Russia, you have Iran, you have them with Assad, and you have them with Syria. You have to knock out ISIS. They're chopping off heads. These are animals. You have to knock them out. You have to knock them off strong. You decide what to do after. You can't fight two wars at one time. If you listen to him and you listen to some of the folks that I've been listening to, that's why we've been in the Middle East for 15 years, and we haven't won anything. We've spent $5 trillion in the Middle East because of thinking like that. Obviously, the war in Iraq was a big, fat mistake, all right? Now, you can take it any way you want, and it took Jeb Bush, if you remember at the beginning of his announcement, when he announced for president, it took him 5 days. He went back. It was a mistake. It wasn't a mistake. It took him 5 days before his people told him what to say, and he ultimately said it was a mistake. The war in Iraq, we spent $2 trillion, thousands of lives. We don't even have it. Iran is taking over Iraq with the second largest oil reserves in the world. Obviously, it was a mistake. So the world, let me tell you, Hillary has experience, but it's bad experience. We have made so many bad deals during the last, so she's got experience, but it's bad experience.
He said back in 2006, gee, I hope it does collapse because then I can go in and buy some and make some money. Well, it did collapse.
That's called business, by the way. And Hillary, I just ask you this. You've been doing this for 30 years. Why are you just thinking about these solutions right now? For 30 years, you've been doing it, and now you're just starting to think of solutions.
Well, actually,
I will bring back jobs. You can't bring back jobs.
Well, once it was finally negotiated and the terms were laid out, I wrote about that in.
You called it the gold standard.
Well,
you called it the gold standard of trade deals. You said it's the finest deal you've ever seen.
No.
And then you heard what I said about it, and all of a sudden you were against. I will release my tax returns against my lawyer's wishes when she releases her 33,000 emails that have been deleted. As soon as she releases them, I will release my tax return, and that's against my lawyers. They say don't do it.
I concluded it wasn't. I wrote about that.
So is it President Obama's fault? Is it President Obama's fault?
Even announced. Look,
Secretary, is President Obama's fault?
There are
because he's pushing it. I didn't think I'd say this, but I'm going to say it, and I hate to say it. But if I win, I am going to instruct my Attorney General to get a special prosecutor to look into your situation, because there has never been so many lies, so much deception. There has never been anything like it. And we're going to have a special prosecutor. When I speak, I go out and speak. The people of this country are furious. In my opinion, the people that have been long-term workers at the FBI are furious. There has never been anything like this where emails and you get a subpoena, and after getting the subpoena, you delete 33,000 emails. And then you acid wash them or bleach them, as you would say, a very expensive process. So we're going to get a special prosecutor and we're going to look into it, because you know what? People have been... Their lives have been destroyed for doing 1/5 of what you've done. And it's a disgrace. And honestly, you ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Secretary Clinton.
China, big Chinese company, bought the Chicago Exchange. Carrier is moving. And if you saw the people, because they have a video of the announcement that Carrier is moving to Mexico, okay? Well, I'll tell you what. I would go right now to Carrier and I would say, I am going to work awfully hard. You're going to make air conditioners now in Mexico. You're going to get all of these 1,400 people that are being laid off. They're laid off. They were crying. It was a very sad situation. You're going to go to Mexico. You're going to make air conditioners in Mexico. You're going to put them across our border with no tax. I'm going to tell them right now, I am going to get consensus from Congress, and we're going to tax you when those air conditioners come. So stay where you are or build in the United States, because we are killing ourselves with trade pacts that are no good for us and no good for our workers. If you look at Bill Clinton, far worse. Minor words, and his was action. His was what he's done to women. There's never been anybody in the history of politics in this nation that's been so abusive to women. So you can say any way you want to say it, but Bill Clinton was abusive to women. Hillary Clinton attacked the same women and attacked them viciously. 4 of them are here tonight. One of the women, who is a wonderful woman, at 12 years old, was raped at 12. Her client, she represented, got him off, and she's seen laughing on 2 separate occasions, laughing at the girl who was raped. Kathy Shelton, that young woman, is here with us tonight. So don't tell me about words. I apologize for those words, but it is things that people say. But what President Clinton did, he was impeached. He lost his license to practice law. He had to pay an $850,000 fine to one of the women, Paula Jones, who's also here tonight. And I will tell you that when Hillary brings up a point like that, and she talks about words that I said a minute ago, I think it's disgraceful, and I think she should be ashamed of herself, if you want to know the truth. I'd like to know, Anderson, why aren't you bringing up the emails? I'd like to know. Why aren't you
brought up the emails?
No, it hasn't. It hasn't, and it hasn't been finished at all. Let me just, he wants to be a tough guy. A lot of times, you'll have, and it doesn't work very well.
How tough is it to
A lot
take
of
away
times,
property from an elderly woman?
Let me talk. Quiet.
How
A
tough
lot
is
of
it?
times, that's all of his donors and special interests out there. I've gotten to see the commercials that they did on you. and got to see some of the most vicious commercials I've ever seen of Michelle Obama talking about you, Hillary. So you talk about friend, go back and take a look at those commercials. A race where you lost, fair and square, unlike the Bernie Sanders race where you won, but not fair and square, in my opinion. And all you have to do is take a look at WikiLeaks and just see what they said about Bernie Sanders and see what Deborah Wasserman Schultz had in mind, because Bernie Sanders, between superdelegates and Deborah Wasserman Schultz, he never had a chance. And I was so surprised to see him sign on with the devil.
The entire early portion it was Trump this, Trump that, in order to get ratings.
But Mr. Trump, it's not
ratings.
Mr. Trump, I was on CNN last night watching.
Excuse me. I think it's very unprofessional.
And why did it into that? No, did you, no, answer the question.
Why
Do
don't
you
you
still
interrupt
believe?
her? You
I do.
interrupt me all the time. Why don't you
Would you
interrupt her?
please?
Well, first of all, self-deportation is people are going to leave as soon as they see others going out. If you look at Dwight Eisenhower in the 1950s, they started moving people out and the rest of them left. Self-deportation, as I really define it, and that's the way I define it, you're going to get some to go and the rest are going to go out. As far as the people that I've hired in various parts of Florida during the absolute prime season, like Palm Beach and other locations, you could not get help. It's the up season. People didn't want to have part-time jobs. There were part-time jobs, very seasonal, 90-day jobs, 120-day jobs, and you could get. Everybody agrees with me on that.
Iraq. Thank you very much. We're going to move on.
She went over a minute over, and you don't stop her. When I go 1 second over, it's like
You had many answers.
It's really
You don't know for sure whether they are. Do you condemn any interference by Russia in the American election?
By Russia or anybody else.
You condemn their interference?
Of course I condemn. Of course I condemn.
Matter of principle,
You are the single biggest liar. You probably are worse than Jeb Bush. You are the single biggest liar.
Hey, if you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like, comment, share, and subscribe if you'd like to see some more. Thank you so much for watching.
Came to me and they told me that he said would not pay for the wall. Do you have a comment? I said, yes. The wall just got 10 feet taller.
You know, it's just awfully good that someone with the temperament of Donald Trump is not in charge of the law in our country.
Yeah, because you'd be in jail.
Secretary Clinton.
I didn't think I'd say that. I'm going to say it, and I hate to say it, but if I win, I am going to instruct my Attorney General to get a special prosecutor to look into the situation, because there has never been so many lies, so much deception. There has never been anything like it, and we're going to have a special prosecutor. When I speak, I go out and speak. The people of this country are furious. In my opinion, the people that have been long-term workers at the FBI are furious. There has never been anything like this, where emails and you get a subpoena, and after getting the subpoena, you delete 33,000 emails. And then you acid wash them or bleach them, as you would say, a very expensive process. So we're going to get a special prosecutor and we're going to look into it, because you know what? People have been, their lives have been destroyed for doing 1/5 of what you've done. And it's a disgrace. And honestly, you ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Secretary Clinton, You've called women you don't like fat pigs, dogs, slobs, and disgusting animals. Your Twitter account.
Only Rosie O'Donnell.
No, it wasn't.
was well beyond reserve.
Yes, I'm sure it was.
Your Twitter account has several disparaging comments about women's looks. You once told a contestant on Celebrity Apprentice it would be a pretty picture to see her on her knees. Does that sound to you like the temperament of a man we should elect as president? And how will you answer the charge from Hillary Clinton, who is likely to be the Democratic nominee, that you are part of the war on women?
I think the big problem this country has is being politically correct. I've been challenged by so many people, and I don't frankly have time for total political correctness. And to be honest with you, this country doesn't have time either. This country is in big trouble. We don't win anymore. We lose to China. We lose to Mexico, both in trade and at the border. We lose to everybody. And frankly, what I say, and oftentimes it's fun, it's kidding, we have a good time. What I say is what I say. And honestly, Megan, if you don't like it, I'm sorry. I've been very nice to you, although I could probably maybe not be based on the way you have treated me, but I wouldn't do that. But you know what? We need strength, we need energy, we need quickness, and we need brain in this country to turn it around. That I can tell you right now. Beating you. So you shouldn't misrepresent how well you're doing with the polls. You don't have to say that. In fact, I was all for you until you started doing that, because that's a misrepresentation. Number one. Number two, this isn't me saying it. I don't care. I think I'm going to win fair and square. I have to win this way. Thank you. Lawrence Tribe and numerous from Harvard, said that there is a serious question as to whether or not Ted can do this, okay? There are other attorneys that feel, and very, very fine constitutional attorneys, that feel that because he was not born on the land, he cannot run. Let me just, he wants to be a tough guy. A lot of times, you'll have, and it doesn't work very well with
How tough is it to take a times property from an elderly woman?
Let me talk quiet.
How tough
a lot of times, that's all of his donors and special interests. Well, I'm very glad that Ted mentioned Arizona, because probably the toughest man on borders is Sheriff Joe Arpaio. And 2 days ago, he totally endorsed me. So thank you. The single biggest liar. You probably are worse than Jeb Bush. You are the single biggest liar.
All right.
This guy lied. Let me just tell you, this guy lied about Ben Carson when he took votes away from Ben Carson in Iowa. And he just continues. And today, we had robocalls saying Donald Trump is not going to run in South Carolina, where I'm leading by a lot. I'm not going to run. Vote for Ted Cruz. This is the same thing he did to Ben Carson. This guy will say anything. Yes, nasty guy. And I've been there, and I've been there very strongly. I do have to say something, and this is interesting, and it's not anybody's fault. It's not Ted's fault. Justice Roberts was strongly recommended and pushed by Ted. Justice Roberts gave us Obamacare. Might as well be called Roberts Care. 2 times of the Supreme Court, Justice Roberts approved something that he should have never raised his hand to approve. And we ended up with Obamacare. That is a rough thing, and I know Ted feels badly about it, and I think he probably still respects the judge. The judge has been a disaster in terms of everything we stand for, because there is no way that he should have approved Obamacare. Now, with that being said, the things that happened, but Ted very, very strongly pushed Judge Roberts, and Justice Roberts gave us something that we don't. About language. 2 days ago, he said he would take his pants off and moon everybody, and that's fine. Nobody reports that. He gets up and says that. And then he tells me, oh, my language was a little bit rough. My language. What this man did to Dr. Ben Carson, who I respect, in Iowa, where he said that Ben Carson is out of the race. He has left Iowa, and he's out of the race. And I thought it was disgraceful. And got a lot of votes because of that. A lot of votes took him away from Ben Carson. I watched that. Probably took him away from me, too. But I watched it. I also watched where he did a form that looked like it came right out of a government agency. And it said on top, voter violation. And then it graded you, and it scared the hell out of people. And the only way you clear up the violation, essentially, is to go and vote
for Ted Cruz. I watched that fraudulent document, and I said it's the worst thing I've ever seen in politics. To me, that was even worse than what he did.
Women you don't like: fat pigs, dogs, slobs, and disgusting animals. Your Twitter account.
Only Rosie O'Donnell. Deb is so wrong. You fight ISIS first. You fight ISIS first. Right now you have Russia, you have Iran, you have them with Assad, and you have them with Syria. You have to knock out ISIS. They're chopping off heads. These are animals. You have to knock them out. You have to knock them off strong. You decide what to do after. You can't fight two wars at one time. If you listen to him and you listen to some of the folks that I've been listening to, that's why we've been in the Middle East for 15 years and we haven't won anything. Yeah, go ahead.
You know, 53,000 Hispanics turn 18 years of age in the country every month. Born in the United States, the voting age, 54 million plus.
Right.
Feel that what you said when you said that the people across the border are rapists, murder.
No. We're talking about illegal immigration, and everybody understands it. And you know what? That's a typical case. Wait. That's a typical case of the press with misinterpretation. They take a half a sentence. They take a half a sentence. By the way, they take a half a sentence, then they take a quarter of a sentence, they put it all together. It's a typical thing. And you're with Telemundo, and Telemundo should be ashamed. And I'll tell you something, what's really going to be fun? I'm right now suing Univision for $500 million. She can't make it 15 feet to her car. Give me a break. Give me a break.
Is it unfair? I want to get paid the same as a man, and I think you understand that. So, if you become president, will a woman make the same as a man, and do I get to choose what I do with my body?
You're going to make the same if you do as good a job.
It's no secret that during his campaign, Donald Trump was under constant attack by the media.
Let's get it straight. They don't want to give it straight. Because the press are liars. They're terrible people.
For immigrants on the whole
Come on, try getting it out. Try getting it out.
I'm getting it out.
I mean, I don't know if I'm going to put it on television, but you don't even know what you're talking about. Try getting it out. Go ahead. And the media, look at all those people back there. Scavengers. They're like scavengers. They'll probably say the crowds were about equal. Oh, they were equal. But that's the way they are. Very dishonest. CNN is terrible. CNN. You with CNN? Are you with CNN? You people do not cover us accurately at all. So they have a few protesters outside, and they have thousands of people. And the first question from CNN is about protesting. So what I'm going to do is span out. Show them the crowd, press. Show them the crowd. Show them the crowd. Look, they're not turning the cameras. They don't even turn the cameras. They don't even turn the cameras because you know what? They're very dishonest people. Because you know what they do? They have the camera, live television on my face, the entire amount. My wife goes, I go home. Were there any people there tonight, darling? They don't see. They never show the crowds.
Despite their best efforts, it just wasn't enough to stump the Trump. Sorry, feminists.
After a deal signed by Bill Clinton and supported strongly by Hillary. Remember, who's the one that said that? That's actually this guy screaming at Slick Willie. It's true. It's true. That's right. Supported strongly by Slick Willie. I think I'll make that up.
As Trump supporters grew larger in numbers, so did the memes, as seen on the official Hillary Clinton website. Today, I would like to share with you my personal top 10 moments from Donald Trump's amazing campaign. Be sure to subscribe for more, unless of course you're a feminist or social justice warrior, in which case you can go right ahead and suck our balls.
I also happen to call him a lightweight, okay? And I have said that. I would like to take that back. He's really not that much of a lightweight. And as far as, and I have to say this, he hit my hands. Nobody has ever hit my hands. I've never heard of this one. Look at those hands. Are they small hands? And he referred to my hands. If they're small, something else must be small. I guarantee you there's no problem. I guarantee. Okay. Moving on. And our weapons, we don't even know if they work. To show you how stupid we are, they did a major television program, 60 Minutes, and I don't know if anybody saw it, where they go into the silos. The stuff is old, it's rotted, the phone systems don't work, the wires going to the phones are all, they don't even know if it works. And I said, if I were Obama, I wouldn't be showing that. And they got in there because Obama wanted people to see how bad it is so that maybe they could get some money to fix it up. How stupid is this? Our enemies are looking at this stuff with 44-year-old phones and wires that don't work. And the people, they're interviewing the people that are working in these phone systems. And they're saying, no, you can't hear. You can't hear. And I'm saying, can you believe what we're doing? It's like in the war. They were saying, we're going in 2 weeks and we're going to be attacking a certain city. You know what I'm talking about. And we're going to attack, and this is the way we're doing it, and we're going here. And I'm saying, can you imagine the great General Douglas MacArthur or George Patton, any of these great guys, listening to a president say exactly what we're going to be doing? Then I said, you know, that's smart. Because they'll do the opposite. They didn't. It was exactly as he said.
One of the things people love about you is you speak your mind and you don't use a politician's filter. However, that is not without its downsides, in particular when it comes to women. You call women you don't like fat pigs, dogs, slobs, and disgusting animals. Your Twitter account...
Only Rosie O'Donnell.
No, it wasn't. Your Twitter.
Thank you. He said about language. 2 days ago, he said he would take his pants off and moon everybody, and that's fine. Nobody reports that. He gets up and says that, and then he tells me, "Oh, my language was a little bit rough." Okay. My language.
Governor Casey, matter of principle,
and I'll tell you, biggest liar. You probably are worse than Jeb Bush. You are the single biggest liar.
All right.
This guy lied. Let me just tell you, this guy lied about Ben Carson when he took votes away from Ben Carson in Iowa, and he just continues. And today we had robocalls saying Donald Trump is not going to run in South Carolina. I'm leading by a lot. I'm not going to run. Vote for Ted Cruz. This is the same thing he did to Ben Carson. This guy will say anything. Let me just, he wants to be a tough guy. A lot of times you'll have, and it doesn't work very well.
Tough is it
a
to
lot
take
of
away
times
property from an elderly woman?
Let me talk. Quiet.
How
A
tough
lot
is
of times. That's all of his donors and special interests out there. One of the officials, actually one of the ex-officials from Mexico, had a news conference, and he announced that we will not be paying for the wall. Who does Mr. Trump think he is? They came to me, the press, these people, look at all those cameras back there. The press came to me, and they told me that he said he would not pay for the wall. Do you have a comment? I said, yes, the wall just got 10 feet taller. They said to Marco Rubio, are you having fun? He's sweating like a pig. I never saw a guy sweat like this. The sweat is pouring down. I think Rubio is a low energy, but here's the problem with Rubio. When you sweat that much, now think of it. So you have Putin, he's sitting over here. And he's waiting to kill the stupid Americans because he's been just destroying us so badly. So he figures, oh, and I walked in and soaking wet and sweating. Hello, can I have some water? And Putin's sitting there, what the hell kind of stuff is this? This is not exactly a poker player, folks.
Country. So the worst of all things has happened. We owe $20 trillion And we're a mess. We haven't even started. And we've spent $6 trillion in the Middle East, according to a report that I just saw. Whether it's 6 or 5, but it looks like it's 6. $6 trillion in the Middle East. We could have rebuilt our country twice. And it's really a shame. And it's politicians like Secretary Clinton that have caused this problem. Our country has tremendous problems. We're a debtor nation. We're a serious debtor nation. And we have a country that needs new roads, new tunnels, new bridges, new airports, new schools, new hospitals. And we don't have the money because it's been squandered on so many of your ideas.
But you responded a race where you lost, fair and square, unlike the Bernie Sanders race where you won, but not fair and square. Because Bernie Sanders, between superdelegates and Deborah Wasserman Schultz, he never had a chance. And I was so surprised to see him sign on with the devil. And I'll tell you what, I didn't think I'd say this, but I'm going to say it. And I hate to say it. But if I win, I am going to instruct my Attorney General to get a special prosecutor to look into your situation, because there has never been so many lies, so much deception. There has never been anything like it.
It's just awfully good that someone with the temperament of Donald Trump is not in charge of the law in our country.
Because you'd be in jail.
Secretary Clinton. What a night. This morning, NBC News projects Donald Trump, the president-elect of the United States.
At this hour, Trump has 278 electoral votes to Hillary Clinton's 218.
What's up, cunts? Wreck Feminist Leah's here. It looks like you did it. I couldn't be more proud of you for helping Daddy win. I can taste the feminist tears from here. I hope you enjoyed this video. Keep in mind that these were some of my personal favorite moments, but I plan on making a lot more Trump videos in the future. So don't forget to subscribe. Thanks for watching, guys, and as always, cunt fist.
Is the life for me. Let's spread out so far and wide. Keep it hot. Give me that countryside.
Undoubtedly, Donald Trump has a sense of humor that is self-deprecating, shockingly blunt.
Do you mind if I sit back a little bit? Because your breath is very bad. It really is. Has this ever been told you before?
Downright weird. You could say that he is a master at making people feel uncomfortable. You could go a step further and say he is the greatest troll the world has ever seen. When United States politics was rocked by sex scandal back in 2000, the Donald decided to run for the Reform Party presidential nomination with a drag queen.
Donald, I thought you were a gentleman.
When the likes of Michael Moore or even Disney were warning America that your option in 2004 was to vote against W or die, Trump endorsed Eminem for president.
Right now, Slim Shady is the winner.
What other billionaires do you know would show up at WrestleMania to beat up Vince McMahon? Yeah, you taking the money-throwing son of a bitch. Since the 1990s, the world has become progressively more serious. Keyword here, aggressive.
Fuck you, white man!
Political have infected just about every aspect of culture. News outlets became increasingly full of shit, and politicians who weren't owned by billionaire special interest groups were becoming a dying breed. America has descended into a festering swamp of victim politics, propaganda, and corruption. It is for this reason that this orange patriot descended from this golden throne atop his shiny tower, determined to drain the swamp. The establishment had become too full of themselves. They needed to be humiliated. They Jeb Bush, boring, mild-mannered nerd, and brother wrong with the Republican Party, arrogantly stepping forward to claim the nomination because it is his turn. Thought he could miss the Donald. He was painfully mistaken.
You know what's happening to Jeb's crowd, as you know, right down the street? It's sleeping. They're sleeping now.
There's a big difference between Donald Trump and me. I'm a proven conservative with a record.
It proved extremely easy to get with his cut skin.
The rebel, remember the firefighter with his arms around it?
Time and time again, Jeb would totally lose his shit and make a complete ass out of himself.
Jeb Bush is a low energy person. For him to get things done is hard.
You win when you campaign like this. You don't win when you're campaigning like this.
And no, the Donald didn't hold back. Even Jeb was sagging around the 5 and 6 percentage points. Just look at these images that were shared on the Donald Facebook and Instagram pages. You got Ted Cruz, Rubio, Carson, everyone by their second name, and then Jeb! And then there was the time when Trump bought the rights to JebBush.com. Jeb will sometimes try to play along and act like he was part of some inside joke. He would only make himself look like even more of a loser. I mean, even look at this moment where he gets a low 5 from Trump. Makes him look like he's a wimpy kid in the playground, getting a 5 from his bully because, hey man, you're all right, don't go tell anyone. Next, there was a Canadian-born rodent named Ted Cruz. He had a reputation for pathological dishonesty, so Trump dubbed him Lying Ted.
Well, again, Lying Ted! Well, sir.
He also made fun of his fuck ugly wife. Fuck you, asshole. I'll interrupt your speech with my plane.
Email them to fly the plane right when I said that.
Next, there was grade A nobody, Lindsey Graham.
I said yes on that. And he gave me his number, and I found a card.
Crying bitch got doxxed.
I don't know if it's the right number. Let's try it. 202 228 0292.
Our president laid out some.
And who could forget poor little Marco?
It's Rubio!
You send Marco Rubio this gag gift with the water and all that. You make your jokes. Interestingly, guys out of his camp are saying this in response. Reaction to it. They're saying, yeah, he can send us all the water he wants.
I'm about to rock this place down.
Trump opponents incessantly, and then to add insult to more insult, he dropped it royally in her face at the Republican National Convention.
No.
Enrique!
I brought you the check for the wall.
Oh, that's so
If there's one thing Trump hates more than conservative celebs, it's the mainstream media. Beginning with the first debate, when bimbo Megyn Kelly fielded the first question, or rather statement, Trump immediately
You call women you
responded.
don't fat pigs, dogs, slobs, and disgusting animals. Your Twitter account.
Only Rosie O'Donnell.
No, it wasn't.
The lightweight reporter shouldn't have been so unfair.
Timbo?
Did I say that?
Many times.
Ooh. Okay. Excuse me.
You seem to stay angry for months.
Yeah.
And then rather than letting a typical news outlet break the big story of his medical record, Trump decided to release a letter which he clearly wrote himself on Jimmy Kimmel.
Mr. Trump, I can state unequivocally, will be the healthiest individual ever elected to the presidency.
Other lines included, his blood pressure is astonishingly excellent. The letter also started with, to whom
I'll be the healthiest president ever.
Then there was a curious case of a publicist named John Miller.
You published back in 1991 that you believed this was Donald Trump pranking you, pretending to be a publicist.
I didn't believe it. I knew it to be true, based on the fact that Cindy Adams and Marla Maples had.
But as it turned out, the prank call was leaked by Donald Trump
The main
himself.
thing here is that I didn't make the tape, and there were
What?
two people on the conversation.
Wait, you taped it because you're a reporter doing
Yeah,
it.
and I lost the tape.
Were you the only one with a copy of the tape?
Yes.
When did you lose it?
back 25 years ago.
Could somebody have stolen it?
No. It was in my house, and then I moved apartments.
So who else would have had a copy of the tape?
Donald Trump.
It became clear that this troll was playing the media like a fiddle. Their compulsion to report his bizarre behavior succeeded in providing him with billions of dollars of free advertising. Not just for his presidential campaign, but also for his new hotels. In the expectation of them getting another scoop of Donald Trump saying something crazy, the media were treated to 40 minutes straight of war veterans endorsing Trump for president, and a tour of his new post office hotel on Pennsylvania Avenue.
And Major, simply your thoughts to that rather succinct end to this appearance by Donald Trump. Again, gosh, let us stop investing this with any gravity, okay? This was a dog and pony show, first and foremost.
By now, the media was totally pissed. They had broken the 14th rule of the internet. Do not feed the troll. If you think that low-energy jab or lying Ted got a bad, do you see what was in store for old Hildog?
I'm watching television, and I see her barking like a dog. Such a nasty one.
That's fun.
Trump wouldn't just troll Crooked on her repulsive character, but also on her marital troubles, her health.
I don't know, folks. You think Hillary would be able to stand up here for an hour and do this? I don't think so. I don't think so.
And of course, a career of corruption.
That someone with the temperament of Donald Trump is not in charge of the law in our country.
Because you'd be in jail.
Secretary Clinton.
Trying to psych her out at the second debates with the surprise guests.
Kathy Shelton, that young woman, is here with us tonight. So don't tell me about words. I am absolutely.
Infographics of polls where her name hangs literally crooked beneath his, releasing his own ridiculous children's book entitled Winners Aren't Losers to compete with her latent attempt at youth indoctrination, releasing attack ads such as this.
No, I'm a gentleman, Hillary. Go ahead.
Secretary Clinton.
The world has never witnessed before an individual as crass and offensive as Donald J. Trump. But then again, we've never seen a world so stuck up and full of pussies that at any second could have a meltdown because someone said something mean. America doesn't need a hero. It needs a troll. It has been blessed with the world's greatest.
Memorial service. She needs a stretcher, maybe a hearse. Someone call a Baberland. If the guy on call is here, don't call him sick, you inbred hits. You Nazi Trump terrorist. You Bobby Trumper, you're so sick, press F to pay for his debts. The desperation piles up. That's why we can't see. Oh, like grandma's dying, please don't trap that face so Biden. Hillary has lost control.
I don't wear a toupee. It's my hair. I swear. Come here. Come here. Come here. Is it mine? Look. It is. Say it, please.
Yes, I believe it is.
Thank you.
One of the things people love about you is you speak your mind and you don't use a politician's filter. That is not without its downsides. You've called women you don't like fat pigs, dogs, slobs, and disgusting animals. Your Twitter account.
Only Rosie O'Donnell.
No, it wasn't.
Rosie O'Donnell's disgusting. I mean, both inside and out. You take a look at her; she's a slob. She talks like a truck driver. We're all a little chubby, but Rosie's just worse than most of us. But it's not the chubbiness. Rosie is a very unattractive person, both inside and out. If I were running The View, I'd hire Rosie. I mean, I'd look her right in that fat, ugly face of hers. I'd say, Rosie, you're fired.
The American dream is dead. But if I get elected president, I will bring it back bigger and better and stronger than ever before, and we will make America great again. Thank you. Thank you very much. President Obama, Secretary Kerry, I highly think you should read this book quickly. Quickly, let's say that Jeb Bush or Hillary or one of these politicians all talk, no action, all controlled by lobbyists and special interests and donors. People like me from previous months, okay? Total control. Bing, bing, bong, bong, bing, bing, bing. You know what that is, right? $505 billion. We're going to lose that. $505 billion. And by the way, I don't like this mic. Whoever that broke the mic system, don't be the son of a bitch to put it in, I'll tell you. If I were Marco, but in particular, if I was Jeb, I wouldn't say Marco's a good friend of mine. Marco did something that he wasn't supposed to do. He ran. I've never said this before. And I watched these two guys, and they're hugging, and they're kissing, and they're holding each other. Very much like actually Chris Christie did with the president. Oh, Don, you're a little controversial. You're talking about illegal immigration. I said, it's illegal. And the media, look at all those people back there. Scavengers. They're like scavengers. What I'm going to do is span out. Span out. Show them the crowd, press. Show them the crowd. Show them the crowd. Look, they're not turning the cameras. They don't even turn the cameras. They don't even turn cameras because you know what? They're very dishonest people. Because you know what they do? They have the camera, live television on my face, the entire amount. My wife goes, I go home. Well, there are people there tonight, darling. They don't see. They never show the crowds. I said, trade deals. Who would do better? I know, I'll tell you what. I know the greatest negotiators in the world. Some are horrible people, horrible human beings. Who cares? Some Wall Street guys, they're brutal, they're miserable. You wouldn't want to go out to dinner. They're terrible people. I love them. You know who's our permanent representative right now? Carolyn Kennedy. You know how she got the job? 60 Minutes. She went to the White House. She said, I'd love to have a job. I have nothing to do. They said, how would you like to be the ambassador to Japan? She goes, really?
Bud, have you ever asked God for forgiveness?
I'm not sure. I just go and try and do a better job from there. I don't think so. I think if I do something wrong, I think I just try and make it right. I don't bring God into that picture. I don't. I could say absolutely, and everybody. I don't think in terms of that. I think in terms of let's go on and let's make it right.
So all these guys, you know, the conservatives, I'm a conservative person. Bush says, I do not believe he's a true conservative. These people are stupid. Thank a couple of friends of mine that are here. The owner of this incredible hotel, Mr. and Mrs. Phil Ruffin, stand up. Great guy. Phil said, Donald, like for the last 3 months, he's driving me crazy. He said, Donald, I want to put $10 million into your campaign. I said, I don't want your money. I don't want to do it. I'm self-funding. Every time I see him, it's hard for me to turn down money because that's not what I've done in my whole life. I grab and grab and grab. You know, I get greedy. I want money. I'll tell you what we're going to do, right? We get greedy, right? Now we're going to get greedy for the United States. We're going to grab and grab and grab. We're going to bring in so much money and so much everything. We're going to make America great again, folks. I'm telling you, we're going to make America great. know the UK took a big vote? They took a big vote, and it was a vote that ended up exactly as I predicted. Yeah, you can get her out. Get her out. You know, she looks just like Hillary Clinton, actually. Is that Hillary? Hillary, is that you? Hillary wants to find out how do you get these crowds, right? How do you get these crowds? Goodbye, Hillary. Bye. Say hello to Bill, Hillary. Quiet. How stupid. This guy's he's my friend, but he's really a pain. He keeps talking. Quiet, 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 quiet. He's not a protester, but man, is he noisy. I'm really rich. I'll show you that in a second. But she didn't say that. Benghazi also. Hillary said, fact number 4. These are all lies. We say lie, 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 lie. Lie. Dirty, rotten liar. I will be the greatest jobs president that God ever created. I tell you, we put them in our jails. Because to put them in our jails, they didn't pay the electric bill. To put them, I like that much better. Oh, that's so much better. Those lights were brutal. They come from the dishonest press? Oh, don't turn them on. Forget it. Better, right? Don't turn them on. Don't turn the lights on. Plus, we save electricity, right? And because the lights didn't work, I won't pay the rent. So we get better lighting, and we don't pay the rent, right? Right? No, get those lights off. Off. Turn them off. They're too bright. Turn them off. Turn them off. Let's go. Ready? Turn off the lights. Turn off the lights. Turn off the lights. Turn them off. They just told me it was the protesters that turned the lights off. Thank you. Thank you. So much better. All right, you can get him out of here. Thank you. Get him out. Get him out. You know, I really am very smart, and I'm very competent, and I'm really good at business, and I can make this country so rich and so great again. But maybe people don't like my smile. Maybe they don't like my hair, which is real, by the way. Look at that sucker. Come here. Come here. Is that sucker real?
It's thin, but it's real.
Okay. Thank you. Now, be careful. So here's the story. We have millions of people. Get out of here. Who is Uma married to? One of the great sleazebags of our time. Anthony Weiner. Do you know that? She's married to Anthony Weiner. You know, the little bing, bing, bing. Bum, bum. I love you very much. Them out? Did they get him out? Where are the police? Come on, police, get them out. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. Come on, let's get them out. Troublemakers, just troublemakers. Come on, get them out, police, please. Let's go. See, what they don't realize is they really help us realize how important we are and how important it is what we're doing. They actually hurt them. They spent, listen to this, $1 million on ads against me in Iowa.
Now, here's the good news. They used the best pictures. I look so good in those pictures. I'm trying to find where they got them because they're stupid. But I was like a young guy. I looked so handsome. I said to myself, oh, I wish I still looked like that. It would be great. Ooh, there was a mosquito. I don't want mosquitoes around me. I don't like mosquitoes. I don't like those mosquitoes. I never did. Okay, speaking of mosquitoes, hello, Hillary. How are you doing? What's the difference between a wet raccoon and Donald J. Trump's hair? A wet raccoon doesn't have $7 billion fucking dollars in the bank.
So I can bring up something I think, right? Look, the simple fact is, if you think this is tough and you're not being treated
This
fairly,
isn't tough and easy. I
imagine
wish
what it's going to be like
I wish
dealing
it
with
was
Putin,
always
or
as easy
dealing with
to
President
get.
Xi, or dealing with the Islamic terrorism
Oh,
that
yeah.
exists. This is a tough business
Oh,
to
yeah.
run for
I know.
president.
You're a tough guy, Jeb.
And we need to have a leader that is
Real
principled.
tough.
You're never going to be president of the United
You're real
States
tough,
by
Jeb,
insulting
yeah?
your way to
Well,
the
let's see. I'm
presidency.
at 42 and you're at 3. So
Doesn't
far
matter.
I'm doing better.
Doesn't matter.
So far I'm doing better. You know, you started off over here, Jeb. You're moving over further and further. Pretty soon you. Jeb doesn't really believe I'm unhinged. He said that very simply because he has failed in this campaign. It's been a total disaster. Nobody cares. And frankly, I'm the most solid person up here. I built a tremendous company, and all I want to do is make America great again. I don't want our country to be taken away from us, and that's what's happening. The policies that we've suffered under other presidents have been a disaster for our country. We want to make America great again. And Jeb, in all fairness, he does. A lot of times you'll have, and it doesn't work very well with.
How tough is it
a
to
lot
take
of
away
times
property from an elderly woman?
Let me talk. Quiet.
How
A
tough
lot
is
of
it?
times. That's all of his donors and special interests out there. But Mr. Trump, you're not a nice person. That's true. But actually, I am. I think I am a nice person. Thank you, darling. Look at these people. Free trade can be wonderful if you have smart people. But we have people that are stupid. He said, how do you know why? He told me about 2 seconds ago. I said, what do you mean? He goes, how do you know why? I said, because I know politicians. The politicians are taken care of by the drug companies. The politicians say, and they'll come up with a reason like, because it's so important, and because they're prescription in nature, and because of the complexity of the complex of the drug, we cannot negotiate the price.
There's nothing but his own
check
hair.
it. No, it's actually my hair. It may not be beautiful, but it's my
Run
hair.
your fingers through his hair.
Come here, darling.
Well, but it's so nicely done. No, it's all his.
Yeah.
I've never
No,
tried it.
it is my hair. See, I
Yeah.
even sometimes it's my hair. Come here, get over here. That was so nice. Come here. That was so nice. Thank you very much.
I love your blue eyes.
Thank you very much. That's so nice. Bill O'Reilly, good guy. Tough. He's tough. Every time I go on, I leave, I have a headache, okay? But he's tough and he's smart. And the other night he's talking to somebody, and the somebody said, whatever. And Bill said, in my lifetime, Donald Trump is the single greatest and biggest political event I have ever witnessed. That's the greatest political event. And I said, really? I said to Marco Rubio, are you having fun? He's sweating like a pig. I never saw a guy sweat like this. The sweat is pouring down. I think Rubio is a low energy. But here's the problem with Rubio. When you sweat that much, now think of it. So you have Putin sitting over here. And he's waiting to kill the stupid Americans because he's been just destroying us so bad. So he figures, oh, and a guy walks in and he's soaking wet and sweating. Hello, Hello, can I have some water? And Putin's sitting there. What the hell kind of stuff is this? This is not exactly a poker player, folks. And I see Rick Perry the other day, and he's so, he's doing very poorly in the polls. He put glasses on so people will think he's smart. And it just doesn't work. People can see through the glasses. So he said he shouldn't be allowed on the debate stage. I said to myself, he shouldn't. And then I tweeted, I have many millions between Facebook and Twitter. It's great. It's like owning a newspaper without the losses. It's incredible. Incredible. So I tweeted that Rick Perry should have to have an IQ test before getting on the debate stage. When do we beat Mexico at the border? They're laughing at us. They're bringing drugs. They're bringing crime. They're rapists. I would build a great wall. And nobody builds walls better than me, believe me. And I'll build them very inexpensively. I will build a great, great wall on our southern border, and I will have Mexico pay for that wall. Mark my words. Build a wall. That's all right. Don't worry. We're going to build a wall. Don't worry about it, okay? We're going to build a wall. It's going to be a real wall. Such a low ceiling. Oh, we're going a lot higher than that. And every time they fight us on that wall, it gets 10 feet higher, folks. Believe me. Believe me. We're going to build the wall. The wall is going to be built. The wall is going to be built 100%. Build that wall. 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 Gonna be built. And who's gonna pay for the wall? Mexico, 100%. Build that wall. 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 Build that wall.
How are you going to get Mexico to pay for a wall?
You have people like
You're calling him an enemy, aren't you?
George, Mexico is not like us. Mexico is not our friend. Mexico is the new China. Mexico will pay you. Mark my words. I win. Mexico pays. Miss Universe and Miss USA, I own it. They're here. They're going to really do a number on me. I'm challenging President Obama, my son Donald, my son Eric. Let's go, ladies. What a mess.
Here to sing the theme from Green Acres, please welcome Donald Trump and Will and Grace's Karen Walker.
Green Acres is the place to be. Farm living is the life for me. Land spreading out so far and wide. Keeping hot just in that countryside.
Just the door. Darling, I love you. Give me Park Avenue.
The George. Where's that?
Trump Tower.
You are my wife. Hillary said Donald Trump took time off the campaign. Can you believe it? Here's a woman, she makes a speech for 15 minutes, she goes home, goes to bed. Honestly, she has less energy than Jeb Bush. I mean it.
like Jeb Bush. He's taking 100 low energy. He's taking 120 extremely low. Well, I shouldn't say he's debating right now. Maybe he's doing great. He's probably looking for me. He's saying, has anyone seen Trump? Where's Trump? Where is he? Where is he? How about Uma? Now, okay, this story. So Uma now is one of the people that it all sort of came through Uma. Who is Uma married to? She's married to Anthony Weiner. You know, the little bing, 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 bum, bum. I love you very much.
This is a tough business to run for president.
You're a tough guy, Jeb.
And we need to have a leader that is real tough. You're never going to be president of the United States by insulting your way to the
let's see, I'm at 42 and you're at 3, so far I'm doing better.
Doesn't matter.
I'm doing better. You know, I've been watching Bush on the border. He's in a seersucker suit. He's talking about, yes, oh yes, the anchor baby. Oh, I shouldn't say anchor baby. Now, I have heard that Jeb Bush was the mentor to Marco Rubio. Two nice people. I think Jeb is a nice person. He's very low energy. I'm not used to that kind of a person. Kerry, who's a baby. I mean, here's a guy goes on a bicycle to go on a bicycle race. He's 73 years old. He's in a bicycle race. He falls. He breaks his leg during the negotiation. And I tell everybody, and you probably heard, I swear to you, I will never be in a bicycle race as long as I'm president. President Obama, Secretary Kerry, I highly think you should read this book quickly. Quickly! But if I were Marco, but in particular, if I was Jeb, I wouldn't say Marco's a good friend of mine. Marco did something that he wasn't supposed to do. He ran. I've never said this before. And I watch these two guys, and they're hugging, and they're kissing, and holding each other. Very much like actually Chris Christie did with the president. So Uma is getting classified secrets. She's married to Anthony Weiner, who's a perv. Oh, he is. He is. You can win against China if you're smart, but our people have a clue. We give state dinners to the heads of China. I say, why are you doing state dinners for them? They're ripping us left and right. Just take them to McDonald's and go back to the negotiating table. Seriously, it's true. Now, if you think that Uma isn't telling Anthony, who she's probably desperately in love with, in all fairness to Anthony, because why else would she marry this guy? Can you believe it? Can't see straight. But you have this guy, Lindsey Graham, a total lightweight. Here's a guy, in the private sector, he couldn't get a job, believe me. Lindsey Graham, you senator, what a stiff, what a stiff. By the way, he's registered 0 in the poll, 0. I couldn't care less about Lindsey Graham. He's registered at, I think, 0 in the poll. I don't know if it's the right number. Let's try it. 202-228-0292. I don't know, maybe it's, you know, it's 3-4 years ago, so maybe it's an old number. 202-228-0292. So, I don't know, give it a shot. Your local politician, you know, he won't fix anything, but at least he'll talk to you. So Uma, it's coming through Uma. She's got a lot of stuff, a lot of information. Who knows? So she's married to a bad guy. I know Anthony Weiner for a long time. I knew before they caught him with the bing, 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 right? And he was a bad guy then. It turned out that he was a really bad guy. And then they say, you can't build a wall. It's too big. It's too, it doesn't work. Well, 3,000 years ago, right? The Great Wall of China was built. We'd like to have that wall. That wall, nobody gets through, that I can tell you. I want it to be so beautiful, because maybe someday they're going to call it the Trump Wall. Maybe. So I have to make sure it's beautiful, right? You've heard me say this. I turned down $5 million by a big lobbyist. Not a bad person. You know, tough guy. Not a bad person. But when he gives me 5, he's not doing that because he thinks I have beautiful hair. Graham, has anyone ever heard of Lindsey Graham? This guy. I mean, so a poll came out the other day. He was at 0. 0. Even Pataki was higher. Pataki was at 0 with an arrow up. That means he got 1. But Lindsey Graham actually had 0. No, that's the way it is. CNN is terrible. CNN? You with CNN? Are you with CNN? Are you good? You people do not cover us accurately at all. $505 billion. We're going to lose that. $505 billion. And by the way, I don't like this mic. Whoever the hell brought this mic system, don't put the son of a bitch to put it in, I'll tell you. No, this mic is terrible. Stupid mic keeps popping.
Warren, she seems to have made it her job.
Who, Pocahontas? Pocahontas? Well, no, look, she is
Very offensive.
Oh, really? Oh, I'm sorry about that. Pocahontas? So what you said? Elizabeth Warren?
What I'm saying is that you are the front runner. You say that you're going to be president of the United States. There is a manner of behavior that goes with that. I'm not saying be Mr. PC. I'm not saying be Captain Gentility and let everybody beat you up. But the idea of returning a blow every time you receive one, you know that doesn't work in any high-level situation.
Perhaps you're not. Maybe that's why your show isn't doing as well as it should be.
Oh,
you
see,
really
that's
have a
not
better
nice.
show than that. But
That's not nice. That's not
let me just
nice.
tell you,
You're
Chris.
attacking me for asking you a question.
Now you look at Kasich. I don't think you know, but did you see him? He has a news conference all the time when he's eating. I have never seen a human being eat in such a disgusting fashion. I'm always telling my young son, Barron, I'm saying, and I'm always with my kids, all of them, I'd say, children, small little bites, small. This guy takes a pancake and he's in his mouth. It's disgusting. Do you want that for your president? I don't think so. Nobody ever heard of this guy. I shouldn't even do this because I built up his name, but he's a real lightweight. His name is Bill Kristol. From day one, this poor guy, I watch him, but here's what I don't understand. Why do you keep putting the guy on television that's been proven to be wrong for so many years? First of all, he wants the war in Iraq. He wants Iraq. All the guy wants to do is kill people and go to war and kill people, even though he knows it's not working. He doesn't know because he's not smart enough. Now you have Rand Paul. Think of this guy. Think of him. I said, what's going on with this guy? All of a sudden he attacks. He calls me up a year ago. He wants to play golf. I say, who is it? Who is he? He's a senator. I'll say, okay, I'll play. Anybody, a senator calls you, who knows? Rand Paul calls. He wants to play golf. I play golf. I kill him at golf. I did. Even he admitted that. I'm actually a very good golfer, but that's okay.
You said in September 30th that ISIS was not a.
Am I
not a
talking
factor.
or are you talking, Jim?
I'm
You
talking
can go
right
back.
now. I'm talking.
You can go back. You're not
I'm
talking.
talking.
You interrupted.
September 30th.
You apologize, Jeb? No. Am I allowed to finish?
Yes, one at a time.
Excuse
Go
me.
ahead,
Am I allowed to finish?
Go ahead, Mr. Trump.
Little
Again, I know you're trying to
Governor
build
Bush,
up your energy,
please.
Jeb, but it's not working.
One at a
very well.
time.
Somebody criticized me the other day because they asked me and I said, I'm going to bomb the shit out of them. It's true. I don't care. Marco Rubio's personal finances are discredited. Oh, no, his personal finance. All you have to do is look at his credit card. I mean, he is a disaster with his credit cards. Rubio, he's a lightweight. Everyone said, oh, Rubio, he's the next Reagan. He's no Reagan, that I can tell you. I mean, my hair is better than his hair, that I can tell you. So they ask Rubio, what do you think of Bush? Oh, he's my dear friend. Wonderful, just one. They hate each other. They hate. Trust me, I know. But it's political bullshit. Do you understand? It's true. It's true. A couple of young women took over the microphone from